go 008 to a 007. 9:047, 149 miles an hour for Hunter Monroe, a 10:664 at 124. Brad Litzenberger in the 1981 Malibu will race Bruce Floden out of Abbotsford in the Floden Auto Dakota. Brad Litzenberger runs an 11.589 at 114 miles an hour. Bruce Floden in the 12.907 at 99. Bring up Heath Lennox in the Phoenix, racing Stu Funk's Chevelle from Hell. Oh, 33 to a 101. Stu Funk way out in front. That brings up Bill Wells and Ross Walker. Bill Wells made almost hits into the double digits during yesterday's Friday test and tune. And the TNT Auto Parts Malibu. But Ross Walker's got the speed in the Chevy too. Next pairing gonna be Steve Baskerville, and this time double classing. Usually he only runs in Pro Bracket, but this time making the run at Sportsman as well. So Steve Baskerville bringing up the Golf, racing Daryl Stobie in the Stobie Construction Chevelle. Daryl Stobie making good use of that wheelie bar. Yet another 033 light. Baskerville with an 052. Stobie at 10:36 with an 8 at 124. Steve Baskerville at 12.223 at 114. Bring up Mark Bresinger in the out-of-time Nova out of Richmond. Going to race Brian Vader in the Dart. Vader getting there first, but that's a close drag race. Only 9 thousandths of a second separating them up at the top end. Vader puts down a 10.009 at 133 miles an hour. How about Kevin McCauley in the Old School Cutlass racing Richard Love in the SS Motorsports S10? .081 red from McCauley. Richard Love 052 to the good. The SS Motorsports S10 logs a 10.86 at 125 miles an hour. McCauley a 10.98.2 at exactly 100 miles an hour. Bring up Terry Rate of the Gulf Excavating GMC pickup will race John Barrichello in the 1967 Corvette. .009 red for John Barrichello. Terry Ray puts down an 074 green. How about that for John Barrichello? 11.178, 118 miles an hour. Terry Ray in 11.460 at 115. Bring up Rich Dyes in the Transporters Logistics Nova, racing Dave Stobie in the Ebbets Holdings Corvette. We continue to work our way through Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying. As always, it is the biggest class on the property, or expected to be at least. Rob Monroe with the 31 Model A, sporting the 414 small block Chevy motor, racing Mal Patterson in the Malfunction Acadian for Albion Tireland. Mal Patterson with a big wheels up launch there. Not sure was expecting a bit on and off the throttle. 031 to an 030 light. Rob Monroe, 9.1 away, 150 miles an hour. Mal Patterson, 11.202 at 119. Bring up your numbers 1 and 2 in the points. Jim Banky currently with the points lead, and at the moment, the unofficial champion, but I think it's safe to say that's going to be official by the end of the day. You can get a maximum of 115 points for a win in 129 car plus field. Points gap to Chris Stone, over 140. Chris Stone himself pretty secure with second place, 100 points up from Wren Schwartz. Stone puts a 9.731 at 136 miles an hour. Jim Bank at 10.053 at 130. Bring up Andy Klosky. That's a car I haven't seen in a very long time. Calls that 1980 Chevrolet the Strip Teaser for design flooring. Racing Dennis Winton in the Bel Air. .030 line, pretty decent for Andy Klosky, making his return to drag racing here at the Titanium Strip. It looks to be the first start he's going to be making all season long, as a matter of fact. It's been a while since we've seen Klosky out of the racetrack, but good to see him back. Going to bring up Anthony Katnick for TK Performance in the 2020 Shelby GT500, racing Ray Bollinger in the testandtune.com Pontiac. Anthony Katnick only started racing in the Summit ET Series at least this year towards the end of August, on the August 20th weekend. Ray Bollinger gets there first at 10.478 at 125 miles an hour. Bring up Craig Johnson, the Johnson's Custom Exhaust 1984 Oldsmobile. Now Craig Johnson sits number 4 in the points, tied at the moment with Wren Schwartz for that third spot. He is racing Wren Schwartz in the Titanium Auto Group of Bubba Speed Shop Monte Carlo on this first qualifying pass. And while Johnson might be fighting for just a podium in the pro bracket, he is leading the Super Pro category by a significant margin. Best light so far in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket qualifying. 007 on the tree for Wren Schwartz. 10.086, 134 miles an hour. Craig Johnson on 11.510 at 113. Bring up Don Murray, racing Kim Cornish's Stang 2. Don Murray, a frequent runner in Friday Night Street Legals as well as 604 Street Legit. Recently, though, started racing in the Summit ET Series. Murray runs at 8.936, 151 miles an hour. Kim Cornish, 11.131 at 118. That presents the last car in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying. It's going to be David Rastad in the Malibu. Attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro. Come on up to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Hot Rod, you are on standby. Gonna alter that lane call for Super Pro. Lanes 3 and 4 only. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4 only, please. Rolling into Junior Thunder. Point standing still as close as ever. Adam Canning and Nick Bond separated by just 44 points at the moment. Connor Jackson, race for TKO Hot Rods and Fitness Lab into his Martha Junior Dragster, racing Emily White and the White Lightning Racing Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Lordco Auto Parts, Walco, TNT, and SNT Junior Dragster Machine. Emily White currently sits fourth, 7 points up from Cadence Rodrigue at 411 points, and 21 points back from Hunter Gallant, who currently sits in third. .935, 74 miles an hour for Emily White. Connor Jackson, TCSI, 9.182 at 72. Bring up Nate Green in the JBS Equipment Titanium Auto Group. Junior dragster from Mission racing Wesley Armstrong from Chilliwack in his BD Power Badass Garage Lordco Auto Parts and Tubbo Towels machine. Armstrong already pre-staged. Nate Green just doing some last-minute checkups as both drivers fully stage themselves. 106 red for Nate Green. Wesley Armstrong 044 to the good. That brings up Alex Green. Alex Green racing for JBS Titanium Auto Group against Carson Brimacombe's Lordco Auto Parts. Also sponsored by, as it says here, Grandpa's MasterCard. We continue to roll through Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Cadence Rodriguez, the 2006 Creative Dragster for Ken Specialty Auto, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Milron Truck Body. Racing Hunter Gallant for BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Super Steve's Tires. Gallant goes red, 126 on the tree, but still gets there first. 11.771, 54 miles an hour. Cadence Rodriguez, 11.993 at 53. Bring up Alana Everett in the Bubba Speed Shop at Old Car Center Junior Dragster racing Brody Brimacombe in the Dwight at Dominion Lending Machine. 008 on the tree for Atlanta Everett. Brody Brimacombe running the 464, but surprisingly, that is not the best light we've already had in the juniors this weekend. Yesterday during Friday's test and two, Nate Green put down a trip zip. Imagine that. You don't see that every day, even in the big cars, let alone in the junior dragsters, but Nate Green got it done, won himself a mug. And now Atlanta Everett wanted to see if she could get one as well, running a 008 on the tree. From Joshua Klosky on the design floor. Quick Kids Dragster from Midnight Paint and Body and Van Gogh Designs. Racing Ashton Katnick for TK Performance. To wrap up, Adam Katnick for TK Performance will be the last car in Peden Industries Junior Thunder qualifying round one. And he'll log in 0:55. Now we move into Junior Lightning, which is the closest championship battle that you currently have in any of the classes that run on the Summit ET Series weekend here in 2022. Just 21 points separate Lincoln Shirk from Colton Morin. Colton Morin in the Motorsports 2022. Mike Boss, Junior Dragster up first in the JBS Equipment, Total Dairy Solutions, Tire Plus, and Big Kids Racing Car. Abigail White for White Lightning Racing with S&T Pioneer Truck, Lordco Auto Parts, TNT, and Lordco on the side of her car. Now this is going to be very critical. Lincoln Shirk can lock this up without having to go to the final, but to do so, he has to hope that Colton Morin gets eliminated in either the first or second rounds. If Shirk can make it to the final, he's essentially got it locked out because it's a 21-point gap, and from first to second place in a field of this size, it's only about 21 points. That would mean they would be tied exiting tonight's race. Colton Morin on the jump with a trip zip. Second triple O of the weekend as Morin puts down a 000, 7.947, 83 miles an hour. Abigail White, a 198. Lincoln Shirk, buddy, your title is nowhere secure just yet. Shirk bringing up the 2005 Mike Boss Dragster for Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque System, and Bubba Speed Shop Racing. Ciel Gagnon out of Qualicum Beach for Big Kids Racing and Titanium Auto Group. Also on the jump with that light 018 with a 144 for Ciel Gagnon. That brings up Emma Debris Coos out of Shawnigan Lake and the straight line race cars on B&D lift trucks. Racing Alexi Winterbottom and Bowtie Ventures Hobo Racing Machine. This will be the last pairing in Peden Industries Junior Lightning. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod, we need you in lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you're on standby. Next class up looks to be Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. This championship, not so close. Martin Rochelle sits second place with 560 points to Craig Johns with 663, 103-point gap between the two. Mathematically, not impossible, but you would need one heck of a jump in order to make that work. I don't think Martin Rochelle is going to be able to get that happening because you would need at least 129 cars. So while it is mathematically not impossible, Craig Johnson's essentially wrapped up Super Pro already before this weekend. Continuing to roll through Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro qualifying, bring up Stephen Robert and Brian Ritchie. The Ritchie Racing and Chevelle and Greenlight Auto Sales usually races Canada West Doorslammers, but with Doorslammers wrapped up for the season, may as well get in one more race over here in the ET Series. Racing Stephen Robert in the Bucket Roadster. Crew chiefed up by Gary Nodal, with IPS and Pitbull Mechanic Repairs on the car. Whoa, hang on! Stephen Robert over to the center line, and he is out of control. Wrestles it back together. What a save for Stephen Robert. 002 red. What a wild ride, though. You put your hands together for Stephen Robert. That was one of the best saves we've had all season. Tension to the pits, tension to the pits. Junior straight to lanes 3 and 4. Junior straight to 3 and 4. Bike to lane 1. Bring up James Kennedy in the Pontiac Grand Am. Another driver that very frequently runs in the Canada West Doorslammers category and was in fact, I believe, racing for a top 5 and in fact a championship over in Canada West Doorslammers. I believe actually might have won the Canada West Doorslammers championship this past season as well. Warren Jacobson raced the Chevy 2 over Lordco side. Double 01 on the tree for James Kennedy as he hightails up towards the top end of the racetrack. 7.5, 99, 179 miles an hour. Warren Jacobson, 10.802 at 137. And we have had a crash up at the top end of the racetrack, so ladies and gentlemen, please stay where you are. Let safety crews do their work, but we have had impact at the top end, so just stay put. Let the safety crews do their work. Do not go up to the top end of the racetrack. We'll get back to you with more information as soon as we can. Great news from the top end. James Kennedy, the car that we just had with the big issue, he has gotten out of his car, and he does appear to be uninjured as reported from the safety crew. So great news from the top end as James Kennedy is out of the race car. Let the cleanup process begin. We are going to be down for a little while, but hey, let's relish in that good news. That was quite the ride that James Kennedy took. And hopefully, they'll be getting that car fixed up in no time. Probably won't be for today, but you will at least have, hopefully, the Cash Bash race. If not that, hopefully we'll be seeing Kennedy back in that Grand Am next year. Extended delay for this cleanup of the Pontiac up at the top end. We are estimating around 20-ish minutes. Hopefully it'll be shorter than that, but obviously that's just the latest information we have as of right now. But they have begun the cleanup process of moving that car off the track and cleaning up any debris that might have been up there at the top end. We'll continue to relay updates to you all down in the pits and, in fact, the staging lanes. from the top end is that we are almost ready to go. I'm hoping maybe 10 minutes or less, as we will continue to work our way through the Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro qualifying with Steve McKenzie and the Cavalier over here at TCS side. It'll be Kelly Voss out of Pit Meadows on the hardtail dragster Lordco side. It's good 3 Doorslammers that, well, cars I should say usually run in the Canada West Doorslammers category that are running a Super Pro today. You already had Brian Ritchie earlier today, and, well, we already know that James Kennedy, unfortunately, I'm expecting not to be making a return throughout the rest of the day, and it'll be Terry Langdon Davies, who I can see back there in the stage lanes as well in his 1941 Willys. Track is clear. We're going to get these cars fired up and ready to go again. Burnout's complete. Again. And trouble sets in immediately for Kelly Voss, who's going to pull it over to the right-hand side. Steve McKenzie going to run through with an 8.919 at 155 miles an hour. Kelly Voss slowing and stopped just shy of the 8th mile. Cars fire back up as Kelly Voss has been towed off. Luckily, nothing being left down on the racetrack. We get set to go back to racing. Craig Johnson. And the Johnson Custom Exhaust Malibu wagon for Rad Torque Systems is going to be coming on up here at TCS side. Terry Langdon Davies in the Willies. Going to be on the Lordco side. Craig Johnson stages up first, waiting now on TLD. .007 on the tree for Craig Johnson, your current points leader in Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro. Terry Langdon Davies at the top end. Going to be a 10.032, 135 miles an hour. Craig Johnson at 10.808 at 120. Bring up Rick McKinney in the 1996 RJL Farms Chevrolet Camaro out of Richmond. And McKinney gonna roll right through the beams. And this is gonna be a run to forget for the Camaro. Only 15 cars qualifying in Super Pro as we get set to roll into Hot Rod. First pairing up, James Winter out of Aldergrove. In the Roadster, racing Derek Shirk. A Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop Chevy 2. Derek Shirk frequently runs that car. Once again in the Doorslammer category. See him occasionally check in with the Super Pro category, but this time running in Hot Rod. Derek Shirk running that car flat out to the top end. 8.383, 162 miles an hour. James Winter, 12.74 with a 1 at 108 miles an hour. Bring up Randy Hermson, currently 5th in the points with 416 between Glenn Fillingham and Rob Hodgson. Racing Andy Antle in the Antle Towing pickup truck. Andy Antle way out in front, 8.882 at 140 miles an hour. Randy Hermson at 13.334 at 104. We have Lawrence Charnell in the Chevelle out of Port Alberni, racing Rob Hodgson in the Plymouth. And here is points winner, and at this point, unofficial champion Martin Jackman, racing Ron Clark. Martin Jackman has raced every single race so far this season and currently leads the points by 110. Rob Monroe and Larry Rodenizer, 010 red for Monroe. The old Yeller Ford, though, 005 on the tree. So Larry Rodenizer going to now tie Daryl Tibby for the #1 qualifying spot. Rob Monroe Sr. to race Dale Posnick. The White Knuckle Racing Model A with a lot of speed over the Mustang. 895 with a 6 at 150 miles an hour. 10.196, 131 for Posnick. Bring up Ken Hogue in the Plymouth, racing Andy Klosky in the Chevelle. Andy Klosky trying to knock the tree down. 002 red. Ken Hogue. 046 on the tree. Klosky got a bit close to that right side of the groove and backed out. Hogue runs an 11.123 at 120 miles an hour. And another familiar pairing. It wouldn't be a proper NHRA Summit ET race without at least 3 of these. So we're nearing our quota of Stone v. Benke battles. Jim Benke currently sits as the runner-up in Hot Rod in the points with 533. But that's only 63 points up from Dustin Hunter, so Jim Benke still has to have a good race today if he wants to secure 2nd place. And that will then leave the 2 Dennises, Winton in the Bel Air and Hunter in the Ford Falcon. Attention the pits, attention the pits. We are going to call any drivers that have approved license and testing hits to lanes 5 and 6. That is only drivers that have approved licensing and test hits to lanes 5 and 6. John Buchanan in the Dart racing John Sayer. The Dart duo firing down track, but John Buchanan straight as an arrow gets there first. 9.54 the 6, 140 miles an hour. John Sayer 11.644 at 114. We continue to work our way through with Mark Bresinger, the out-of-time Nova, and Jeff Brabander. Bresinger with a nice 011 light. Jay Brabander's 013 gets there first by 1.2 seconds. John Barrichello brings up the Ron's Engine Machine Dodge to race Scott Winterbottom in the Rags to Riches Top Shop Machine. Scott Winterbottom taking off to the top end. 787 with the 9 at 171 miles an hour. What a pass for Scott Winterbottom. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, we need you lanes 5 and 6 for 2nd round of qualifying. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6 for 2nd round of qualifying. We roll into Peden Industries. Junior Street. Taryn Monroe racing Tyler Smith. The Zapstrap racing Chevy pickup racing the Tahoe. Taryn Monroe sitting 69 points up from Bo Dickey in second place. But that being said, it's not like Bo Dickey is going to be racing today, as Bo Dickey has been racing Sportsman since middle of May, actually, as he graduated from the junior street categories. Of course, Bo Dickey had been the only junior street runner for those first 3 races. And Taryn Monroe, he's won every race but one since, where he was the runner-up. So Taryn Monroe essentially the champion in junior street, as it'll be an 0.45 to an 0.18 to the 8th mile. 10.599, 67 miles an hour for Monroe. Smith, a 10.994. Battleground Cade Shirk in the Titanium Auto Group. Jimmy. The GMC Jimmy out of 1986. So for those that might have a bit of a sweet tooth, I have just been informed that Girl Guides are selling cookies down by the 8th mile. So if you fancy getting yourself a little bit of a cookie, feeling peckish, while you're checking out the Half-Track Snack Shack, which is really the 1/4 Half-Track Snack Shack, as well as the Pro Shop, you swing a little bit further on up to the 8th mile, where Girl Guides are selling some cookies that I'm sure they would love to give away. That's going to wrap it up for Junior Street. We roll into Thrifty Machine Shop Motorcycles. Now, there are some special prizes today for motorcycles. Number 1 qualifier will be getting a $50 prize. The winner of this race will get $25. And Al Omond, who, as I'm sure longtime watchers of Mission Raceway Park will know, is more than secure in the championship by almost 200 points, has a bounty on his head this weekend. $25 to the first rider to knock Al Omond out of eliminations. Hopefully not physically. So Al Omond, you got a target on your back here this race. Thrifty Machine Shop is a small job machine shop. They do take appointments and only appointments. If you want to learn more about them, they got a sign down in the staging lanes for you. So for drivers interested in the Race of Champions tonight, if you want to see if you are eligible, the lists for ROC are going to be posted on the clipboard at the back of the timing tower in just a couple of seconds here. And I'll run through those lists when we have a quiet lull in the action. Doug McNeil going to be up first in the Graceland Garage Harley Davidson. And that is an interesting way to make a run. Doug McNeil taking off from halfway between the water box and the staging beams, straight on through. And well, being the first time that bike has raced this season, been informed, just wanted to make sure it was going to make it down the track. Fair assumption, you're going to get another hit. Bring up Dave DeGrassi in the Suzuki to race Will McDonald in the Wild Racing Kawasaki. Burnout's complete for DeGrassi, now McDonald. DeGrassi eyeing up the competition over in the Lordco side as Will McDonald stages the bike. McDonald was on a tear, but he's going to back out near the top end of the racetrack. David DeGrassi is going to run down to 10.616 at 149 miles an hour. Tom Turan for Daytona Motorsports bringing up the Kraken GSXR, racing Daryl Storzuk on the Suzuki. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro bracket, we need you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pro bracket, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Both riders off and away. 0.54 for Tom Turan. Daryl Storzuk getting way to the left-hand side of the groove, but still powering through. 8.450, 160 miles an hour for Turan. Storzuk, 8.466, 153 miles an hour. Very, very healthy motorcycle field here today as Dio DeGerst for Graceland Garage. In fact, two riders for Graceland Garage. the sports over here, tower side for Dieter Gerst. Derek Leonard on the Harley Davidson over on the Lordco side. Both riders off and away up towards the top end. Looks like Derek Leonard backing out a little bit. Dieter Gerst, 10.692, 134 miles an hour. We have Jody Brickwood in the Kawasaki and Doug McNeil on the Harley Davidson. Doug McNeil seems like he had a bit of trouble finding the next gear as Jody Brickwood gets down to 9.746, 133 miles an hour. McNeil gets in an 11.980 on 119. Bring up the bounty rider, Al Omond. $25, says Thrifty Machine Shop, to the first rider to knock Al out of eliminations today. Al Omond, for all intents and purposes, has won. In fact, he has confirmed won motorcycles, as Al Omond has won every single race this entire season that he has entered. Al Omond carrying the front wheels and leaning left and right on the bike, trying to keep it in the groove as he hightails towards the quarter mile. 9:053, 142 miles an hour. Wrap it up for Thrifty Machine Shop Motorcycles. We're going to roll now back into Sportsman. It's a CNS. The 1970 C10 race and the 93 S10. Carson Barlow and Bo Dickey going up against one another. How about Archie, how about Archie Liveright in the Ebony Monte Carlo 008 on the tree as Sylvia Hoekson still gets there ahead of him. 12.3 or 531, 108 miles an hour. Limbright 13.368 at 99. Going to bring up Sydney Jung in the Malibu over here. TCSI Racing Steve Shever, who rolled right in the Firebird. And that will leave the last car then in Sportsman, Greg Marshall. Running the Cutlass. Marshall has not made a qualifying hit yet so far. It's going to wrap up Sportsman. We're going to be down for a little bit of track prep here before we roll on over to Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. track prep, we get set to roll back into Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket Round 2 qualifying. Kicking it off with Richard Love in the SS Motorsports S10, racing Andy Klosky in the Designs Flooring Strip Teaser Chevelle. Andy Klosky up, down, pulling over, possibly stopping, and is stopping. Klosky launched up and landed hard, and he's going to pull that car over. Richard Love runs the 10.864 to 125 miles an hour. And Rob Monroe left before the tree was ready, or at least left the staging bulbs where the stage was ready, and he'll take off down towards the quarter mile. attention in the pits. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes. Junior Thunder to lane 5 and Junior Lightning to lane 6. Once again, that is Thunder to 5, Lightning to 6. Super Pro, you're on standby. Bobby Ayler is taking off towards the top end with an 072 live. Veronica Hodgson 030. The Fox body 10.4 at 432, 127 miles an hour. Hodgson at 12.478 at 110. Gonna move to Kim Cornish in the Stang 2 to race Steve Baskerville in the Volkswagen Golf R out of West Vancouver. We keep making our way through second round of qualifying before eliminations this afternoon. .043 to an 068 on the tree. Kim Cornish hightailing towards the quarter mile, going to log a 11.126 at 119 miles an hour. Steve Baskerville, though, 12.074 at 114. Bruce Floden for the Floden Auto Dakota going to race Michael Langfried in the 93 BMW. Running the 331 Ford engine underneath that car, though. And that Ford engine isn't too happy as that car dies on the line. Bruce Floden taking off. 12.897 at 100 miles an hour, but it will be the BMW driven by Michael Langfried, who will have to back that car out of the staging beams. Around Rick McKinney and Terry Raitt, the new Magoo Camaro going to be racing the Gulf Excavating GMC pickup. Wheels up high for Rick McKinney as he comes slamming back down to earth. 014 to an 061. McKinney at the quarter mile. 10.372, 128 miles an hour. Terry Raitt an 11.442 at 116. Bring up David Rastad in the Malibu to race Brian Vader in the Dart. Continuing to work our way through as Mal Patterson brings the malfunction and Albion Tyrell and Acadian. John Barrichello in the Ron's Engine Machine Dodge taking off after him as Mal Patterson carried those front wheels up. 10.137, 132 miles an hour. John Barrichello, 11.199 at 118. Bring up Craig Johnson and Rob Monroe. Johnson's custom exhaust and Radtorque systems on the Oldsmobile with Rob Monroe in the 31 Model A, sporting that 414 small block Chevy engine. Johnson turns on the red bulb, 003. Rob Monroe goes 040. And with this next pass here, we have officially hit the Bank EV Stone quota of 3 per day. Now, if we wanted to go for the bonus round, we just need 1 in eliminations. So to those that happen to have your titanium auto, your titanium strip at Bishop Race Park bingo cards out, chalk that one off the list. 2 red lights, 018 and then 004. Stone gets there first. 9774, 135 miles an hour. Jim Benke at 10.067 at 132. Bring up Daryl Stobie now in the Stobie Construction Chevelle to race Dave Stobie in the Ebbets Holdings Corvette. And that brings up the Ford Falcon, driven by Dustin Hunter and Kevin McCulley in his old school Cutlass. The Ford still Falcon fast as ever, 9063, 150 miles an hour exactly. Kevin McCulley, 11.820 at 112. And that will leave Mark Bresger, the out-of-time Nova, to wrap up Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket Qualifying 2. The next time we see them up, it'll be for eliminations. We're going to roll now into Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod, you're on standby. Mentioned in the pits, Hot Rod to lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Setting up in Junior Lightning with Ciel Gagnon and Abigail White both going down track. Qualicum Beach versus Mission, and it will be Abigail White to get there first by just 0.03 of a second, 7.944 at 81 miles an hour. Colton Morin currently in the #1 qualifier with a trip zip. It is impossible to beat that. Super Pro putting down our third trip zip of the day. So this seems to be the day for all those zeros as the Richie Racing Engines Chevelle marks down a trip zip to cap off at 7.866 at 171 miles an hour. Zip number 4, Mike Stewart piling them on as we get our 4th trip zip of the Saturday morning. We're not even halfway through the day yet. Craig Johnson almost made it number 5 with a 003 on the tree. 10.768 at 120 miles an hour. Brandon Terry, Langdon Davies, and Steve McKenzie. O's, a 006 red, and a 9 green. For the TCS and Lordco lanes, Rob Hodgson and the Plymouth gets there first over the Mustang, driven by Sylvia Hookstens. Bring up Randy Hermson and James Winter. The Wing Behemoth getting set to make another hit down the track against the Lordco Auto Parts Model A. Tension to the pits, tension to the pits. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior Street, we need you in lanes 3 and 4. Motorcycles, you are on standby. Waiting for the 2 Monroes to stage it up. The Acadia against the White Knuckle Racing Model A. Senior with the wheels up. Lordco side, wheels back down, and racing for the top end. 072 on the tree. Follow that up with an 890 with a 6 at 149 miles an hour. The Junior Monroe, 10.678 at 124. Lights really close together, even though it's 2 red bulbs, a 003 to a 002. And a close race as well, 0.04 of a second. Larry Rodenizer gets there first in the Old Yeller by Lordco Auto Parts Ford machine against Mark Bresinger's out of time Nova. Bring up Derek Shirk, not Derry Shirk, excuse me, in the Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop Chevy 2, racing Lawrence Charnell in the Chevelle. Shirk goes red by 14 thousandths as Charnel not on a good hit at the moment. Shirk goes with an 8.360 to 164 miles an hour. John Barrichello getting out of the throttle around the 8th mile mark on the racetrack. As he got well out of shape around that 330 point and had to really gather it up. Keith Winterbottom racing Scott Winterbottom's car in the Rags to Riches Top Shop Nova against Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon. Scott Winterbottom stages up with John Buchanan as Winterbottom takes off down the quarter mile. 8:046 at 173 miles an hour. John Buchanan the 9.807 at 131. Bring up Andy Klosky as the last pair in hot rod qualifying. Jim Bank and Chris Tony in the water box will be qualifying, but also eliminating. I'll explain that in just a moment as Andy Klosky gets set to make his run. Make it trip zip number 5. Andy Klosky throws one down. What is going on the starting line? Hey, Willie, I know you can hear me down there. What did you put on this racetrack? It's clearly something good with all these trip zips we're getting here. So now we got Jim Bank and Chris Stone. Now they're going to be eliminated for a final, but not a final today. This final going to be all the way back from the May 21st and 22nd weekend, which ended up getting rained out on the Saturday night before these guys could make their final run. So Jim Bank and Chris Stone going to go up against each other to see which one will come out on top and finally settle that dispute from the middle of May all the way near the start of the season. 10:09 for Jim Banky over here at TCS side, 9:78 Lordco side. Two green lights, and this is about as close as you're possibly gonna get. It's trip zip number 6, 002 for Benke. Breakout for Benke. Chris Stone finally settles the dispute. The race from May came down with a 002 light for Benke, a trip zip for Stone. Stone gets the advantage as Benke ran a 10.075 on the 10.09 dial. Chris Stone finally wins the race all the way back from May 21st. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Drivers that have approved license and test hits to lane number 1, please. Gonna cancel the license test hits. We're gonna recall that to motorcycles to lane 1, please. Motorcycles to lane 1. Those license test hits, you're gonna be on standby for the time being. But motorcycles down to lane 1. Cade Shirk and the Titanium Auto Group in the 1986 GMC Jimmy get to race Tyler Smith in the Zap Strap Racing Chevy pickup. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod to lane 6 for the Dave Wren Memorial. Hot Rod, we need you in lane 6 for the Dave Wren Memorial prior to eliminations. Second call for motorcycles down to lane 1. Once again, motorcycles, this is your second call to lane number 1 as Taryn Monroe runs a 10.576 at 67 miles an hour to wrap up Junior Street for their second round of qualifying. to Mountain View Harley Davidson. And this time, after this round of qualifying, we will have what we need to name the Thrifty Machine Shop #1 qualifier and hand out a $50 prize. Currently, the #1 qualifier is who else but the one with the $25 bounty out on him, Al Omond, with an 032 light. Tom Turan running the Kraken GSXR for Daytona Motorsports, going to go up against Dave DeGrassi in the Suzuki. Tom Turan gonna move up to the #1 qualifying spot with no 29 light. Dave DeGrassi in hot pursuit. 8.482, 159 miles an hour. DeGrassi at 10.532 at 148. We have Will McDonald out of DeRoche in the Wild Racing Kawasaki. Currently sits #3 with a 154 on the tree. And in the 043, Will McDonald will improve on the #3 spot, but will not be able to move up through the ladder. Caps that off at 9.33 with the 6 at 136 miles an hour. Derek Leonard having trouble firing up the car over there on the Lordco side, so it'll be a single run for Dio DeGersh in the Graceland Garage Sportster from 1978. Red light star for Dieter Gersh. Not a problem, though, in qualifying as he'll take off towards the quarter mile. And clock in a 9.769 at 136 miles an hour. Derek Leonard got the bike fired up in the Hartley, so he'll race Doug McNeil. It's going to turn into a single pass as Doug McNeil gets set to do his burnout now on the TCS side. Leonard caught napping on the tree a bit, half a second off. Now McNeil going to be making his hit. Doug McNeil caught Abbott even more so, as he is 9/10, almost a second on the tree. So McNeil going to have to work on that reaction time a little bit if he wants to get himself into ET competition. That brings up Jody Brickwood and Daryl Storzuk, the Kawasaki for Brickwood Racing and the Suzuki. Storzuk goes Wren by 3/10 of a second and immediately shoots over to the left side of the groove, almost crosses the center line, but gets it back in, and we'll take a slow Sunday cruise up to the top end. Jody Brickwood goes 9.88 with a 2 at 131 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Alamond as the last rider to run in Mountain View Harley-Davidson. Now, so far, Oman is really the only driver that's got a match for Tom Terrain's 029 Light if he wants to go after the #1 qualifier. So he's got to improve by 3 thousandths. He said an 032 last time. He's got an 029 to beat on the tree. And it's a 008 for Alamond. Alamond takes the Thrift Machine Shop #1 qualifier and the $50 prize that goes with it. It's going to wrap it up then for motorcycles. Before we move into eliminations, want to touch on a bit more of a somber note. Born on March 8th, 1938, Dave Wren passed away surrounded by friends and family on September 18th, 2022. Dave was inducted into the Division 6 Hall of Fame in 2015, and he got his first start in stock classes, racing at various tracks all across Montana. In 1967, he moved into the newly formed Super Stock class and would go on to win the first Division 6 champion for the class that year. He had another successful championship run in '69 and secured factory sponsorship from Mopar for the 1970 season. He ran cars in stock, pro stock, and modified production. He would go on to win the 1970, 71, and 72 championships in super stock. 8 weeks after having his most recent open heart surgery and against doctor's orders, Dave brought one of his Max Wedge Plymouth Belvederes to Mission to run in hot rod. As in Dave fashion, he took home the win. If you had Dave as an opponent, you knew you had to be on your game or you were going to be on the trailer. Dave would always bring the car closest to the front of the barn to go racing. The ones at the back of the barn were just too much trouble to get at. For those who knew Dave, he had some of the best stories to tell and was an inspiration to all those who drag race. The members of the Hot Rod Racers Association wish to express their deepest condolences to Dave Wren's family. He will always be a part of the racing family and will be truly missed. At this time, we would like to ask that the spectators have a brief moment of silence here as the Hot Rod class files down the return road. Dave Wren, wherever you happen to be, we wish you plenty of happy racing in the years to come. Gonna do some brief track prep, and then it'll be race time for the final race of the NHRA Summit ET Series. Attention in the pits. Sportsman, we need you to the stage lanes for first round of eliminations. Sportsman, this is your call to the stage lanes for first round of eliminations. this time, we're going to make the call for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to the staging lanes for first round of eliminations as well. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you in the staging lanes for first round of eliminations. Set foot into Sportsman for the first round of eliminations today in the final race. Steve Baskerville, dialed in at a 12:07, will be having a significant advantage over Bruce Sturtz in the Rambler, dialed at 16:21. Two green lights, Baskerville trying to chase down Sturtz. Had a bit of wheel spin off the line, is on the brakes at the top end, and it's Bruce Sturtz to move on to the next round. Baskerville getting eliminated in the first round by just 0.05 of a second. Badass Garage is on the property today, and they are bigger and better than ever. The Hot Wheels with the balloons are back, as well as some more apparel, and as I understand it, even a little bit more as well. Their whole setup is waiting for your business. They're set up in their usual spot down near the half-track snack shack and the pro shop. Bring up Bill Wells and Sidney Jung. The 81 Malibu racing against yet another 81 Malibu. 12:46 to a 12:02. Two green lights. And at the quarter mile, Bill Wells goes under. Ran 12:45 with the 2 on the 12:46 dial. Sidney Jung moves on to the next round. Carson Barlow and Devin Dickey. The C10 from 1970 versus the 1993 S10 for Lordco Auto Parts, Bay Industrial, and more Motorsports. Four-tenths advantage to Carson Barlow, a 13:65 to a 13:24. And Carson Barlow going to move on. That race won on a hole shot. 001 on the tree to Devin Dickey's 133. Bring up Eric Hansen, dialed in at 13:12 in the North Vancouver Transmissions Plymouth. Racing Kai Jessamine of the Monte Carlo, dialed at 12:03. Jessamine turns on the red ball. 0:59. Eric Hansen gets a freebie to the next round. It's going to bring up Alex Stobie in his Chevelle, racing yet another Chevelle. A lot of manufacturers being paired up against each other today. 64 model to a 68 model. Lawrence Charnell will leave first out of 14:45 to Stobie's 13:61. Both drivers away clean on the tree and no contest. Lawrence Charnell winning that one out by 0.4 of a second. Alex Stolby caught napping on the tree, 0.367 to an 0.59 light. Steve Shever up next on the Firebird to race Randy Hermson's Winged Behemoth Oldsmobile. 1.2 second advantage to Hermson on the tree, 12.14 to a 13.34. Either driver breaking out, but Randy Hermson, 118 to an 013 on the tree, will get there first, winning that race on a hole shot. Ron Clark taking his Chevelle against Archie Limbright's Ebony Monte Carlo, 1245 to a 1340. A lot of second and up gaps. A lot of the dial-ins, it would seem, in this first round of Sportsman. Double red light, but true start, says Ron Clark. The lesser offender, 063 to an 080. Ron Clark gets the win light. He'll move on. That brings up Colin Moore in the Ford Fairlane at a 14.07 to race Greg Marshall in the Cutlass at a 12.45. Greg Marshall trying to chase down Colin Moore. Closing in on the fair lane at the quarter mile. Double breakout. Greg Marshall, though, making the pass up at the top end. And that brings up what is an almost for sure confirmed 2022 Sportsman champion, Sylvia Hoekstens in the Mustang, down to the 12.55 to race Shank Voss, down to 15.79. Hoekstens takes the win. Got him on the tree. 0.24 to a 2.69. That will wrap up Sportsman. We will move to Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying in just a moment. Or eliminations in just a moment. James Dobson up first for Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket at a 1054 for the Ron's Engine Machine Camaro. Will race Andy Klosky out at 981 at the Design Flooring Chevrolet. And Dobson turns on the red bulb. Andy Klosky moves on. It's going to bring up all but confirmed pro bracket champion for 2022, Jim Benke, to race Mark Bresinger in the out-of-time Nova. 1009 to a 944, the Rat Torque Systems and Bucky's Mini Excavating Plymouth Barracuda. Red lights. That is a rare mistake from Jim Benke, a 005 on the tree. But good thing for Benke, he's got over 115 points back to Chris Stone. That is not a surmountable gap in just one race. Going to leave Ray Bollinger to try to chase down Rob Monroe, 1046 to a 1068. The Pontiac for TestTune.com losing out to Monroe's Acadia. Bring on Ross Walker and Loren Schwartz. Two green lights, and this pairing really close together. Loren Schwartz, though, winning it out. It was a 020 light to a 002 with the Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop Monte Carlo bested the White Knuckle Racing Chevy 2. Loren Schwartz moves on. Bring up Mal Patterson in the Malfunction Acadian for Albion, Thailand, to race Steve Baskerville in the Gulf R. Bring up Richard Love in the SS Motorsports S10 to race Anthony Katnick in the 2020 Shelby GT500. Two red lights. Richard Love gets the win light. Rich dies a bit squirrely off the line while Jim Mantle carries the front wheels, but Mantle turns on the red light. 0-24. Rich dies will move on to the next round. Rob Monroe gets over close to the center line, but gets back in it as he turns on the red light by 3200th of a second. Nick Ribella moves on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2. Bring up Daryl Tippy and Chris Stone. And Daryl Tippy will go red as Chris Stone will bring the Stone Cold Racing Winter Harbor Rainout Titanium Automotive and BG Fuel products in. We have Dave Shirk, the Titanium Racing 1986 Blazer to race Walter Johnson Chevelle, but both drivers again go red. 122 red for Shirk, 036 for Walter Johnson. Johnson will be moving on. Bruce Loden takes solid flow to Auto Dakota, but red lights by almost 0.4 of a second, a whole bulb's worth. Daryl Stobie will bring the Stobie Construction Chevelle into round number 2. Bring up Rick McKinney in the 1996 Camaro to be racing against Dennis Winton's Shaggy Bel Air. The Bel Air will leave first, 11:79 to McKinney's 10:39 in the new Magoo. And Rick McKinney will go red by 0.005 of a second in the new Magoo Camaro. Dennis Winton moving on. Stu Funk going to be racing Veronica Hodgson, the Chevelle from Hell. Going to be going up against the Dart. Veronica Hodgson won King of the Track in 2019, as well as Sportsman in 2017. She's going to be trying to go for a second King of the Track championship tonight. And she's going to go red, so not a good start, but going to have that Race of Champions later tonight as well. Stu Funk will move on to round 2. Dale Northgraves trying to chase down Kevin McCauley. The old school Cutlass trying to stay out in front of the Ritchie Racing Engines Nova. Quarter mile says give it to Dale Northgraves as Kevin McCauley goes under by 0.02 of a second. Going to move up to Brian Vader, 10:09, racing Brad Litzenberger in the 81 Malibu with an 11:55. No breakouts this time around, but it'll be Brian Vader to move on, making the pass on Brad Litzenberger. That brings up Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon to race Dave Stobie in the Evans Holdings Corvette, 9:06 to a 10:75. Stobie taking off in the Corvette. The Falcon running them down 0.09 of a second up at the quarter mile. Gives it to Dustin Hunter as Hunter will move on to round number 2. Terry Rada, David Rastag going to be on next in the Gulf Excavating GMC pickup racing the Malibu. Rastad will take the win in that last pass by 100th of a second over Terry Rade. We're going to move on to Bill Wells of the TNT Auto Parts Mission Malibu. Will race Bobby Ehlers in the Mustang Fox Body, 12:46 to a 10:45. And Bill Wells miles in front of Bobby Ehlers by the time they got around to the finish line, taking the win on that one by almost a second. That leaves Craig Johnson as the bye, and he'll be the last pass on Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. So with Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket wrapped up, we're not going to close the books on first round just yet. There has been a change in the scoring for this upcoming round. On the pass between Dom Murray and Kim Cornish did go red by 0.03 of a second, but Dom Murray went under 9 seconds by 0.02 of a second. Now, you are not allowed to run faster than 9 seconds at any point in the Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket category. So because of that, Dom Murray has been DQ'd from the first round, and Kim Cornish, off of a red light, is being reinstated into the second round. Murray is out. Cornish, you've lucked your way into round 2 of eliminations. So we roll into Peden Industries, Junior Thunder, and this is where the points complications really start to play heavily into how things are going to shake on up. Adam Katnick and Nick Bond were only 44 points separated. Nick Bond, though, not present as the entire Bond family is away, which I believe at this point means Adam Katnick just has to stage the car, and he's going to find himself with a championship. Unofficially, of course, but I do believe that next runner-up, Hunter Gallant, would be too far back to be able to catch him. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Dom Murray and Kim Cornish, please go visit Dave Strell at the head of staging. Kim Cornish and Dom Murray, please see Dave Strell at the head of staging. Alex Green gonna get an automatic win as Emily White goes red by 17 thousandths of a second. That's going to bring on the next pairing of Wesley Armstrong and Carson Brimacombe. Carson Brimacombe turns on the red ball. Wesley Armstrong will move on into the second round. And that brings up Connor Jackson to face off against Hunter Gallant. The TKO Hot Rods and Fitness Lab Smoking Hot Martin Dragster will dial at 9 seconds will race Gallant. For BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Super Steve's Tires. Yet another junior dragster race decided on a red light as Connor Jackson goes red by 9 hundredths. Hunter Gallant, free pass to round 2. And here it is. Man of the hour, Adam Katnick, the points leader, just needs to make his way into round 1 to be 100% guaranteed safe in the points championship throughout the rest of the event. He'll race Brody Brimacombe. 164 points separate Adam Katnick from Hunter Gallant, the next closest driver. That is not enough for Katnick to be caught. Nick Bond will score no points because he is not at the track. Two green lights. Katnick gets it on a double breakout. And Adam Katnick, with that, is your unofficial 2022 Junior Thunder Champion. That'll bring up Nate Green. Who will face off against Josh Klosky. Nate Green was the first driver in a string of 6 trip zips over the course of the Mission Finals weekend. He got his yesterday during Friday's test and tune. Green goes red. Klosky moves on to round 2. That'll bring up Ashton Katnick to race Cadence Rodriguez. 1392 for TK Performance. 1190 for Ken Specialty Auto, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Milron Truck Body. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we need you to the rear staging to be laddered. Super Pro, we need you to the rear staging to be laddered. Pair of green lights as Ashton Katnick tries to stay out in front of Cadence Rodriguez. Rodriguez, though, running him down at the 8th mile. A breakout for Ashton Katnick gives it to Cadence Rodriguez. into Junior Lightning. Lincoln Shirk down at 8-11 against Abigail White. Now, this is absolutely critical. If Lincoln Shirk wants to remain in contention for this championship, he has to move on to the second round, or Colton Morin could eliminate him from that title fight in this first round. He has to get into the semis at the very least. Abigail White staged up first. Lincoln Shirk will have to be good on the tree here. Two green lights, and it's about as close as you can get on the tree. Lincoln Shirk trying to stay out in front of Abigail White. 7 down on the tree. Shirk's into round 2. Shirk's in the semis. It's not over yet. Now, Colton Morin is the one that's got to move into the second round if he wants to just stay on his heels. It's going to bring up Ciel Gagnon out of Qualicum Beach down to 793 for Big Kids Racing and Titanium Auto Group to race Lexi Winterbottom in the Bow Tie Adventures for Hobo Racing out of Langley. It's even close on the tree. 2,000 separated this pair. Double breakout. Lexi Winterbottom's going to get there. Aiden Katnick will race Emin Debris Coos. Only 0.07 of a second will separate these drivers on the jump. 790 to a 797. And with that latest pass just a little while ago, Lexi Winterbottom has secured third from Abigail White. In the point standings, they were tied entering this race, Lexi Winterbottom and Abigail White, but now Winterbottom is through. And that will leave Colton Morin We talked about how he needed to get into the second round. Isn't it such a beautiful thing that buys exist in drag racing? Attention in the pits. Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6. We roll into Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro for first round of eliminations. And the first one is a competition single. John Jenkins was due to race James Kennedy, but Kennedy had a fairly nasty crash earlier today and will not be making a hit. John Jenkins gets a free pass. That brings up Jan Christensen in the El Gringo machine, racing Brad Vingy in the BNC Racing Chevrolet. Two green lights. Jan Christian trying to chase down Brad Vingy. And makes the pass up at the quarter mile. Jan Christensen making the pass on Vingy by 0.02 of a second up at the quarter. Bring up Steve McKenzie, dialed at 891 in the Cavalier to race Martin Rochelle, dialed with the Super Street Index of 1090. Expect a throttle stop to engage here on the Malibu. Oh, and McKenzie goes right through the beams, breaks the tree. Steve McKenzie going to be eliminated off of a bad mistake. Martin Rochelle going to move on. It's going to bring up Curtis Munson in the Malibu to race Stephen Robert in the Bucket Chevy Roadster for IPS and Pitbull Mechanic Repairs. Red light start for Curtis Munson. 1,000th of a second. That is as slim as you can get. Robert's going to move on. Warren Jacobson up next in the Chevy 2, dialed at 1082 to race Mike Stewart in the Super Chicklet Chevy 2 for Ken Specialty Auto, Kit Trailers and Bucky's Mini Excavating, dialed at 1004. Warren Jacobson getting that win on a hole shot. 005s with no 61. Left first with the 1082. Got there first by about 14 thousandths of a second. Bring up Craig Johnson The unofficial champion of 2022 in Super Pro for Johnson's Custom Exhaust and Rad Torque Systems in the Malibu, racing Terry Langdon Davis in the Willies. Now, good old TLD typically runs in the Canada West Doorslammers category, but since that series is done for the season, apart from their one cash bash race, the West Coast Pro Mod Shootout, making the trip down to run in Super Pro. Same story as Brian Ritchie here in the staging beams. Both drivers away on green lights. Terry Langdon Davies running down Craig Johnson. Can't get there. Johnson stays out in front, moves on to the next round. It's going to bring up Brian Ritchie in the Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle to race Richard Love in the SS Motorsports S10. 1086 to a 787. Richard Love is going to have a 3-second advantage. Brian Ritchie going to have to be patient here on the start line. Brian Ritchie closing on Richard Love, and enough to make the pass. Ritchie is going to move on to the next round. Zach the Piston Liston, the Ottawa Racing, going to take the Chevy up to the next round. Was due to race Kelly Voss, but Voss broke in qualifying and will not be able to move along. For Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro, I believe next up we're going to be rolling ourselves into Hot Rod. Andy Klosky with the bye in the Strip Teaser Chevelle. Turns on the red bulb. Doesn't matter, though, when you've already got that free pass. That'll bring the next pair into Martin Jackman and the Chevelle. Current points leader in Hot Rod, racing Dennis Winton in the Shaggy Bel Air. 1282 to an 1179. Both drivers take off towards the top end. Double breakout. Martin Jackman gets there first, going red by just 4 thousandths of a second over Dennis Winton. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Junior straight to the staging lanes, please. Junior straight to the staging lanes for first round of eliminations. Randy Hermsen and Dale Tippy, both drivers away on green lights. Rob Monroe Sr. all over the shot, trying to chase down Sylvia Hoogstens in the White Knuckle Racing Model A. Double breakout. Monroe will be moving on with Hoogstens breaking out up at the top end. Monroe also broke out, but not by too much. Steven Sheffer was set to race John Barrichello, but this has turned into a competition single as Barrichello not able to make it to the call. That's going to put Jim Bank in the Rad Torque Systems Plymouth Barracuda for Bucky's Mini Excavating to race Larry Rodenizer in the Old Yeller by Lordco Auto Parts Ford machine. Rodenizer trying to chase down the wheel standing Barracuda. Banky breaks out. 10-10 with a 1 on the 10-11 dial. Rodenizer through to the next round. A double breakout between Dustin Hunter and Rob Monroe Jr. gives Rob Monroe the upper hand to move along, getting there first at the same time as well. That sets up Chris Stone for Stone Cold Racing in the Dodge Dart to race Glenn Fillingham in the AMX, 979 to a 1203. Glenn Fillingham going 048 red on the tree, giving Chris Stone a freebie. Next pairing up, Derek Shirk in the Titanium Model Group and Bubba Speed Shop Chevy 2. Another Doorslammer car coming over to run in Hot Rod this Saturday afternoon. Dialed at 8:35 to race John Sayer in the Dart. Shirk carrying the front wheels as he hightails after John Sayer, but he's down on the tree, and that will translate to a win as John Sayer breaks out. Martin Brisinger way up high on the wheels of the out-of-time Nova, down at 9:44. Going to move on into the next round to take out Dale Posnick in the Mustang. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Motorcycles, we need you to lane 1. Motorcycles to lane 1. Sportsman, you're going to be on standby. Andy Ansel for Ansel Towing going to be racing Jerry Brabander in the Chevy 2. 881 to a 1067. Ansel trying to chase down Brabander. Brabander once again breaking out with Andy Ansel moving on. That'll bring Keith Winterbottom, the rags to riches Top Shop Nova, to race Rob Hodgson in the Plymouth. Once again, both cars away on green lights as Keith Winterbottom tries to outlast Rob Hodgson. Can't do it though. Rob Hodgson stays in front, 10.90 with the 6, 117 miles an hour, getting there by 600ths. We have Ken Hogue and Scott Winterbottom. The Rags Riches Top Shop machine over there, Lordco side, 796. Ken Hogue at the Plymouth with the 440 cubic inch engine at 1109. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sportsman, we need you to the rear staging to be laddered. Sportsman to the rear staging to be laddered. Pro, you're on standby. Scott Winterbottom turns on the red ball by 38 thousandths of a second. Ken Hogue moves on. That leaves our last comp single, James Winter and Ron Clark, with Clark moving to round 2. As I say that, one more hot rod car rolls under the bridge. Lucky me. Final pass of Hot Rod was due to be Lawrence Charnell and John Buchanan. Buchanan can't make the call. Charnell will get free pass to the next round. So with Hot Rod now in the books and Junior Street rolling around the counter or the corner, it'll be the semifinals. And Chrissy, I don't think you've ever called one of these races before. You're often more of a street legal person. Good to have you aboard.
Thanks so much, Nolan. Great to see all these amazing vehicles here racing down the track. The ET series is a lot more big time than the street legals, isn't it? Junior Street, 13 years and older, 9 seconds and slower. All right, looks like a bypass for Tyler Smith from Abbotsford, 97 Chevy, part of Zapstrap Racing. The red light doesn't matter because this is a bye run. Tyler Smith moving on. The Summit ET Mission Finals. How exciting. Thanks so much for spending your day here with us. Big shout out to everyone on the live stream. Hey, how you doing? You should come on down tomorrow if you can. Our friend Jerry Lucky will be back on in the announcing booth. We hope he's feeling better. Cade Shirk changing vehicles into a 2020 GMC. He's from Langley. He's a student, part of the Titanium Auto Group. Going against Taryn Monroe from Surrey. Dialed in at a 10.59. Running in her Chevy Tahoe. All right. Tyron just has to make this pass, and she will be the confirmed champion in Junior Street. Tyron with the win. So it'll be Tyron Monroe and Tyler Smith in the finals for Junior Street. Carrying on with the Summit ET Mission Finals, we're going to be having the Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycle class coming up next. The bikes are always exciting, I'll tell you. I could never get on one of those myself, but these guys are real men coming out here. Here comes the Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle class next here at the Summit ET Mission Finals. We're going to have Jody Brickwood from Surrey, part of Brickwood Racing, driving the Kawasaki, going against Derek Leonard from Mission. Derek dialed in at a 1020 and Jody at a 980. Is that? Derek, a part of Graceland Garage. Derek in his 1989 Harley in the Lordco lane. Jody up to the line, just waiting for Derek. A few last minute checks before he pulls up into the staging area. All right, looks like Derek can't get his bike fired. That's unfortunate. Jody just needs to make this pass. Jody making the pass, the automatic win. Derek, unfortunately, eliminated. Dieter Gersh, dialed in at 9.60. He's from Mission, driving that 78 Sportster, part of Graceland Garage, going against Tom Turand, dialed in at 8.53 from Maple Ridge, riding the Kraken 2017 GSXR, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports. Win going to Tom Turand, 8.547 at 134 miles an hour. Tom moving on in the first round of eliminations. Daryl Storzuk. He's from Surrey, BC. He's a parts man in his 1984 Suzuki, dialed in at 844, going against Doug McNeil. He's from DeRoche, dialed in at 11 even, part of Graceland Garage in his 2006 Harley Davidson. Pro bracket to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Pro bracket to the lanes. And junior dragsters on standby, please. Doug on the early away, Daryl chasing after him. The win going to Daryl because Doug broke out. Dave DeGrassi in his 2005 Suzuki dialed in at 9.50 in the TCS lane, going against Will McDonald, also from DeRocha, 9.30, part of Wild Racing in his 1972 Kawasaki. Some troubles for Dave on the tower lane. Will taking it at 9.306, 138 miles an hour. Will be moving on. Al Omand coming up next, a 13-time track champion here. He's from Abbotsford. He's a machinist driving his 2007 Kawasaki. He's dialed in at 9:10. He was the Summit ET Finals 2001 champion and a 3-time runner-up. He's also the leader in points currently. So basically, Al's the man. Al moving it on 9.179, 141 miles an hour.
That's it for motorcycles.
All right, that's it for the Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle class. Coming up next, we've got the Sportsman's class. The Summit ET points race, the mission finals carrying on here into Sportsman, round 2 of eliminations. Carson Barlow getting a bye run here. 70C10, he's from Mission, dialed in at 13.65. All right, Carson Barlow carrying on. Even though he did break out, he gets to carry on anyway on the bye run. Bruce Stearns in his 1969 Rambler, dialed in at 16.29, going against Sylvia from Maple Ridge. She's a property manager driving a 1966 Ford Mustang with a 302. All right, it looks like Bruce left before the tree was ready, and Sylvia is moving on. Randy Hermson from Mission, BC. He's a school bus driver. He's driving the Winged Behemoth 1958 Oldsmobile, dialed in at 13.39, going against Sydney Young, dialed in at 12.06 from Surrey in his 81 Malibu. Cars are off. Great reaction times. Randy with a little head start. But Sydney with the win, a 12.063, 108 miles an hour. Sydney moving on here in round 2 of eliminations. Eric Hansen from North Vancouver. He's a tech sponsored by North Vancouver Transmissions. He's racing a 68 Plymouth, dialed in at 13.25, going against Lawrence Charnell from Port Alberni, 1968 Chevelle, dialed in at 14.52. Lawrence away first, Eric chasing after him. It will be Eric Hansen moving on, 13.275, 97 miles an hour. It's Greg Marshall here on the tower side. He's from Surrey and his 88 Cutlass, dialed in at 12.47, going against Ron Clark of Port Alberni, a retiree in his 1969 Chevelle, dialed in at 12.47. Both these vehicles, 12.47s. A red light, unfortunately for Greg Marshall, and Ron Clark will be moving on. Second round of eliminations here in the Sportsman's class. Summit ET Mission Finals. Only a few more races left in our season here. But I'll be sure to catch every single one of them because, you know, it's almost winter. Winter is coming. Rolling into Pro next. Last call for Pro bracket, please. All Pro, you should be in the staging lanes. Pro class sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop. Just want to mention, I saw Badass Garage out there. Badass Garage, a great place to get some very cool stuff. Lots of stuff for your man or woman cave. I know I'll be wandering over there myself to get something a little later. Also, if you're hungry, don't forget to go see Clara at the concession stand. Clara feeding me breakfast and lunch this morning, and I'm feeling just fine. So if you're feeling a little peckish, go on over there and see Clara. You also have the Pro Shop. I know that they've got candies and ice cream in there if you've got a little one and they need a sugar fix. Head on over to the Pro Shop, and they have much more as well. Get yourself a Mission t-shirt. Another thing on my list, go check out this Pro Shop and get yourself some cool merch. Hey, I just heard about this. If you go over to Badass Garage and you buy a balloon, I believe it's $5, you'll get a Hot Wheels attached to your balloon. And all the money goes to the junior racers here at Mission Raceway. And their vintage Hot Wheels cars. Ooh, now that is cool. Proudly supporting the junior racers here. And of course, if you've got young children that would like to get involved, be sure to come and talk to us. There's a lot of junior dragsters for sale, and we want to get your kids behind the wheel. Pro class is 13.99 to 9 index, no electronics accepted except for the trans brake, two-step rev control, and automated shifters. Big thanks to all our track officials and track staff here. So professional. It's great to be working with this group here. Very professional, and haven't worked with a better group. So big thanks to everybody out putting on this race, and a big thanks to you guys coming out here today, watching these awesome cars. Drag racing here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip is where it's at. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Junior Thunder to lane 1, please? Junior Lightning to lane 2. Rich Dye from Poco, stay-at-home dad. Driving his 1973 Nova, dialed in at 11.35, going against Andy Koski from Quinnell. He's a teacher in his 80 Chevy, part of Design of Flooring, dialed in at 9.85. Rich will be taken off first, and Andy close behind. That's too bad. Rich dies with the red light. Andy moving on even though he broke out. Bill Wells on the tower side for Mission, part of TNT Auto Parts Mission, and his 81 Malibu, dialed in at 12.50, going against Mark Brenzinger. He's from Richmond in Out of Time, 1964 Nova, dialed in at 9.44. Bill getting the head start. And Mark after him like a rocket. Bill Wells, unfortunately, a red light. Mark moving on here. Mal Patterson from Maple Ridge on the tower side in Malfunction, 1968 Acadian, dialed in at 10.20, going against Rob Monroe from Surrey. He's a mechanic in his 69 Acadian, dialed in at 10.68. Mal way up in the air, super cool. But the win goes to Rob Monroe at 10.693 at 124 miles an hour. Chris Stone, he's from Mission, part of Stone Cold Racing, 1968 Dodge, dialed in at 9.80. Sponsors are Titanium Auto Group, BG Fuel Products, and Winter Harbor Marina, going against Craig Johnson from Langley. He's a bracket racer in his 84 Olds, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust, dialed in at 11.62. Craig will be leaving early. Chris with a 008, but not good enough. Craig Johnson moving on, 11.642 at 113 miles an hour. 3 thousandths of a second. That's how close that race was. Amazing. Richard Love, Tower Side. He's a construction worker. He's racing in his 89 S10. He's dialed in at 10.88, going against Daryl Strobe. Dialed in at 10.44. He's from Abbotsford, general contractor. Part of Staub's construction is 1964 Chevelle. So we've got Richard. Oh, he came out of the group, but he got back in. He was way up in the air, Daryl. Let's see if it bites him. It did. Richard Love moving on. 10.98, 111 miles an hour. Dennis Winton, Tower Side. He's from Abbotsford. He's racing Shaggy, a 1966 Bel Air, dialed in at 11.78. Going against Rob Monroe from Langley, his 1931 Ford Model A with a 414 small block Chev. Rob Monroe. A red light. Oh man, in the Lordco lane. That looks like Dennis Winton is moving on. Even though he broke out, folks. David Rastad from Maple Ridge, 1988 Malibu, dialed in at 12.08, going against Lorenz Schwartz. He's from Langley, self-employed, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop. Racing in 1983, Monte Carlo. He's dialed in at a 10.16, so we'll see David taking off first. Lorenz going after him. Will he be able to make it? The win goes to David Rastad. Lorenz breaking out. David with a 12.09 at 106. Super Pro to the lanes, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Hot Rod, you are on standby. Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack. It's Falcon Fast, the 1964 Ford, going against Del Northgrave from Pitt Meadows. The win going to Dustin Hunter, 9.05, 148 miles an hour. Next up, Brian Vader in the Tower Side. He's from Langley, and then his 1972 Dart. Dialed in at 10.10, going against Walter Johnson. From Abbotsford, 1972 Chevelle, dialed in at 11.20. Two beautiful cars here racing down the track. The win goes to Walter Johnston. Brian Vader breaking out. Walter moving on. Stu Funk from Lake Country, BC in the Tower Side in the 70 Chevelle. He calls Chevelle from Hell 2, dialed in a 10.72. Going against Don Murray, dialed in at a 9. That's 70 Cuda running a 4.26. Looks like Don Murray with the red light. Stu Funk moving on a 10.68 at 124 miles an hour.
Shop Pro bracket. We get set to roll back into Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. It's going to be the Thunder quarterfinal. 7 cars still remain in competition. Atlanta Everett will be racing Adam Katnick with Wesley Armstrong against Joshua Klosky. Alex Green has got himself a bye with Cadence Rodriguez and Hunter Gallant racing against each other in Thunder. And then down in Lightning, you're going to have Colton Moore and Alexi Winterbottom with Lincoln Shirk and Emma Debris-Coos as well for their semi. Going to be kicking it off with the Gallant and Rodrigue battle. BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, Rocca Coatings, and Super Steve Tires being represented here TCS side out at a 1197 dial. Cadence Rodriguez for Ken Specialty Auto, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Bilron Truck Body, and the 2006 Creative Dragster dialed at 1192. Only 0.05 of a second will separate these racers on the tree. Guaranteed, you're not going to be able to spot such a difference with the naked eye. At least so easily. Two green lights, but Gallant's got the advantage on Rodrigue on the start line, and that's going to translate to a win. 035 to 177. Hunter Gallant moves on to the semifinals, where he will face off against Alex Green. Alex Green with the bye run in Junior Thunder for round 2. Adam Katnick down at 890 will race Atlanta Everett, 890 to a 1391. Adam Katnick is going to be down by 5 seconds on this pass. He's going to have to be patient and wait for the Bubba Speed Shop with Old Car Center Dragster to get far enough out in front. Both drivers with green lights. Katnick making the pass, knocking Atlanta Everett out of round 2. leave Wesley Armstrong and Joshua Klosky for the next pairing. BD Power, Badass Garage, Lordco Auto Parts, and Tubble Towels being represented. TCS side of the 1256. Design Floor, Midnight Paint, and Body and Van Gogh Designs in the Quick Kids Drags are being represented by Joshua Klosky out of Quesnel, BC. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Hot Rod to lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod to lanes 1 and 2. And to the Junior Street finalists, you can come on down to lanes 5 and 6 whenever you'd please. Here we go. Semi-finals in Junior Lightning. This is critical. Lincoln Shirk must make it through if he wants to remain in title competition. His opponent, Emma Debris Cruz out of Shawnigan Lake. 812 to a 793. Titanium Auto Group, Rat Torque Systems, Bubba Speed Shop being represented by the Mike Boss Dragster over here, TCS side. Cruz with a straight line race cars and B&D lift trucks machine. If Shirk makes it through, Colton Moore must do the same. But if Shirk is eliminated, Colton Moore has the chance to steal. Both drivers pre-staged. Red light start, Emma Debris Cruz. Lincoln Shirk's in the final. Now can Colton Morin follow suit? Colton Morin dialed in at a 790 for More Motorsports for the 2022 Mike Boss machine for JBS Equipment, Total Dairy Solutions, Tire Plus, and Big Kids Racing. Racing the Bowtie Ventures Hobo Racing Dragster, driven by Lexi Winterbottom. Two green lights. Colton Morin trying to chase down Lexi Winterbottom. Oh, he doesn't make it. Lexi Winterbottom knocks him out. And with that, Lincoln Shirk is the Junior Lightning Champion of 2022. It's over in the semis. Shirk wins it all. Huge congratulations to Lincoln Shirk and his entire team. But what an effort for More Motorsports. As congratulations go around on the starting line. You'll love to see the sportsmanship. At the end of the day, we're here to race. And race we did. What a drive and what a championship. It's a shame that couldn't go down to the final. A win's a win nonetheless, though. Shirk will have to defend that title in 23.
All right, carrying on the Summit ET Mission Finals here at the Titanium Strip. Moving into Super Pro. Super Pro, sponsored by Vancouver Car Wraps. What an exciting finish that was in the juniors class. Again, if you want to get your children involved at Mission Raceway in the junior dragsters, please let us know. And in fact, I do believe they have a Facebook page you could join and learn all about it. So, of course, this is the Summit ET Mission Finals points race. And at the end of the day, we have the Race of Champions. The top 8 in points, not including today's points, will move on to the King of the Track. Should be absolutely amazing. A little bit later, the King of the Track. Just asking what was going on tomorrow. Now, Sunday, it's not a points race. We're finishing that all up here today. However, it's going to be like a cash bash, a bunch of money to win on Sunday. Big thanks to Vancouver Car Wraps, Bubba Speed Shop, Peden Industries for sponsoring those classes. And whoa, there's a bunch of money to be won here tomorrow. Holy moly. Thousands of dollars going to be handed out. And of course, we do have some pretty nice trophies up here in the tower. Beautiful point series trophies, and of course, the coveted Wallies. Now, I heard if you have a Wally in your possession, you are a real racer. And the Wallies, of course, named after Wally Parks, the founder of the NHRA. Just a little track prep before we carry on here at the Mission Summit ET Finals. Lots of racing left to come. If you're feeling a little hungry or thirsty, be sure to check out the concession stand. Go say hi to Clara. Tell them Chrissy sent you. Lots of burgers, fries, chicken strips. Actually, I tried the chicken strips today. They were delicious. I can recommend the cheeseburgers as well. Everything there is great. The concession stand. Oh, I said cheeseburgers, and we have the girls in the tower starting to drool. We know what we're having for our late lunch. Cheeseburgers at the concession stand. Don't forget Badass Garage is over there as well, selling their wares. Very cool stuff over there. Lots of nostalgic stuff for your man cave. So be sure to check it out. Super Pro here up next is Jan Christensen from Langley and El Gringo, the 2016. Dialed in at 8:52, going against John Jenkins from Delta, dialed in at 10:72. Sponsored by Mackenzie's Racing, Lordco, RBS, and Reconstruction Building Services, dialed in at 10.72. It's Jan Christensen Towerside going against John Jenkins. John having big problems here in the Lordco lane. Of course, Jan taking it easy. Oh, no, it looks like it's a red light for Jan. Oh, my mistake. Wow, John Jenkins taking it for the win. Look at this red light, 0.003 of a second. Wow, that was unexpected. Congratulations, John Jenkins. Moving on in Sportsman. Hopefully not too much damage to his truck, because he is moving on. Hopefully we'll see that truck back for the next round. Carrying on in Super Pro. Jack Liston Towerside, he's from Mount Vernon, Washington. He's a mechanic in his 55 Chevy out of Wallet Racing Team, dialed in at 821. Going against Martin from Surrey, dialed in at a 10.90, 1978 Malibu with a 468 Chev. chasing after him. Will he make it? He won't. The win goes to Martin from Surrey at 10.925, 127 miles an hour. Craig Johnson from Langley, 1979 Malibu wagon, sponsored by Rad Torkin. Johnson's custom exhaust, dialed in at a 10.81, going against Warren Jacobson from Mission, 1967 Chevy 2, self-employed and dialed in at a 10.82. Craig Johnson in the tower side in his Malibu, going against Warren in the 67 Chevy 2. Cars away, you can see that delay box in action, and it is Craig Johnson taking it, a 10.885, 114 miles an hour. Next up in a Super Pro, it's Brian Ritchie, tower side. He's from Port Coquitlam. Part of the Ritchie race engine team in 1968 Chevelle, also sponsored by Greenlight Auto Sales. He's going against Stephen Robert from Courtney, BC in that 34 Chev called the Bucket. His crew chief is Gary Nodell, sponsored by IPS and Pitbull Mechanical Repairs. Brian Ritchie Towerside going against Stephen Robert. Wow, it looks like Steven broke out. The win goes to Brian Ritchie, a 7.911, 171 miles an hour. Wow. Tons of exciting racing yet to come. Looks like a bye run. It's Randy Hermson from Mission. He's a school bus driver in his 1958 Oldsmobile he calls the Winged Behemoth. It's dialed in at a 13. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycles to lane 6, please? Motorcycles to lane 6. Sportsman is on standby, please. Motorcycles to lane 6. Sportsman on standby. Randy moving on through, 13.672 for the win on his bye run. Next up, we've got Mark Briesinger from Mission, BC. He's a retiree in a 64 Nova out of time, sponsored by Vinny's Speed Shop, going against Rob Hodgson from Mission, 1967 Plymouth, dialed in at a 10.86. Mark is a 9.47. Rob leaving first in a big wheelie for Mark and a red light. How unfortunate. The win going to Rob Hodgson, a 10.844. 122 miles an hour. Rob moving on here. Round 2 of eliminations. We've got Rob Monroe Sr. tower side, dialed in at a 9.01. 31 Ford Model A, part of the White Knuckle Racing Team, running a 414, a small block Chev, going against Ron Clark from Port Alberni in his 1969 Chevelle, dialed in at a 12.45. We'll see a big head start for Ron. Looks like a red light for Ron Clark in the Lordco lane. Rob Monroe Sr. moving on. 8.969, 141 miles an hour. We have Martin Jackman from Mission in his 1964 Chevelle in the Tower Lane, dialed in at 12.81, going against Lawrence Charnell from Port Alberni. He's retired and racing that 1968 Chevelle. He's dialed in at a 14.56. With the handicap start, and Martin chasing after him. And he caught him. A 12.902, 102 miles an hour for Martin. Martin Jackman moving on in the Super Pro. Oh, we have my old friend Andy Antle, a former mud racer here on the Tower side. Sponsored by Antle Towing. He's dialed in at an 8.83, going against Chris Stone from Mission, sponsored by Dodge Tech Stone Cold Racing. He's in the 1968 Dodge Dart. And Chris Stone moving on, a 9.978, 115 miles an hour with a 002 reaction time. Andy Klosky from Quesnel on the Tower side. He's a teacher in a 65 Chevy he calls Strip Teaser. Going against Steven Sheffer from Surrey, a 1969 Firebird, dialed in at 12.10. Andy is dialed in at 9.83. Both cars staged. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sportsman to the rear staging, please? Sportsman to the rear staging, and stand by to pro. A red light for Andy. 005, the win goes to Steven Sheffer, 12.31 at 96 miles an hour. It's Ken Hogue in a 64 Plymouth with a 440 Tower side, dialed in at 10.96, going against Rob Monroe. He's from Surrey, dialed in at a 10.69 in his Acadian. The win goes to Ken Hogue at 11.03, 114 miles an hour. He is moving on. Summit ET Mission Finals here in Super Pro class. Derek Shirk in the Tower Lane from Langley, part of Titanium Auto Group. Running a 66 Chevy 2, going against Larry Rodenizer from Langley. He's racing Old Yeller in his 1946 Ford. Second call for motorcycles. Second call for motorcycles, please. Motorcycles to lane 6. Looks like a red light for Larry. 002. Tough break. Derek moving on here in round 2 eliminations. All right. Kind of screwed that up. That was Super Pro and Hot Rod. Motorcycles, you should be in lane 6. Pro, you're on standby. Sportsman to rear staging, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we have Junior Street to the lanes, please? Junior Street, we need you to the lanes, please. Moving on to our bike category, sponsored by Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycle. This is the Summit ET Mission Finals here at the Titanium Auto Strip. Don't forget, at the end of the day, we'll have the race. Well, this is the ET race. All right, we've got the Race of Champions, the top 8 in points, not including today's points, of each bracket class. And then the winners of that move on to the King of the Track. And that is a big deal, folks. That will be coming up a little later on here at Mission Raceways. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Pro to the staging lanes, please? Pro to the staging lanes. And juniors, you are on standby. All right, we're moving into our Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle class. Jody Brickwood, Tower Side from Surrey, riding the Kawasaki, part of Brickwood Racing. It's going against Al Almond. He's from Abbotsford, a machinist in his 2007 Kawasaki. Sponsored by Thrifty Machine Shop. It's kind of cool that Al here is going to be going with a full tree, and Jody's going to be racing with the Pro tree. So you will see a couple different trees because Al is racing in the Race of Champions, and they use a full tree. So he's just practicing. All right, if Jody can take out Al, it's a $25 payout. Al taking it for the win, a 9.39, 103 miles an hour, and he moves on in our Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle class. Daryl Storzik from Surrey in his 84 Suzuki in the Tower Side. Dialed in at an 844, going against Will McDonald from DeRoche, part of the Wild Racing Team, 1972 Kawasaki. He's dialed in at a 9.30. Great racing action here at the Summit ET Mission Finals on the Titanium Strip. Big time red light for Daryl in the tower side. And the win goes to Will McDonald. He will be moving on in the Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle class.
His foot was like...
Yeah, he had to lift off. He came out of the groove, and it was a close one, folks. All right, looks like a bye run. Tom Turan from Maple Ridge, racing the Kraken 2017 GSX-R, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports. .49, 158 miles an hour for Tom on his bye run. Moving on. All right, this is the big bad final here in Junior Street. Tyler Smith going against Taryn Monroe. Taryn from Surrey dialed in at a 10.54. Tyler from Abbotsford, part of Zapstrap Racing, is 97 Chevy, dialed in at 11.05. This is it, folks. The big bad final. Taryn with actually a 10.64 dial-in. Junior Street Finals here at the Mission Raceway. Both trucks are away, green lights. This is it here in the Junior Street. The win goes to Tyler Smith from Abbotsford, part of Zapstrap Racing. Congratulations, Tyler Smith. Rob Monroe, we're looking for you in the lanes, please. Rob Monroe, to the lanes, please. A bye run for Eric Hansen. He's from North Vancouver. He is a tech and sponsored by North Vancouver Transmissions, racing a 1968 Plymouth, and he's dialed in at 13.25. Eric Hansen with the bye run, moving on in the eliminations. Thunder to lane 1, Lightning to lane 2, please. Of Junior Dragsters. Junior Thunder to 1, Junior Lightning to 2, please. Carson Barlow from Mission in the tower side in his 70 C10 going against Sylvia Hoogstens from Maple Ridge. She's a property manager racing her 1966 Ford Mustang. Carson will be taken off first. Just by a tad, but a red light for Sylvia. A 002. The win goes to Carson Barlow. Carson moving on here in the Sportsman class. Sydney Young from Surrey in 1981 Malibu in the Tower Lane, dialed in at a 12:06. Going against Ron Clark from Port Alberni. He's retired, racing that 1969 Chevelle, dialed in at 12:49. Bad luck for Sydney in the Tower Lane, a red light. That means Ron Clark moving on in the Sportsman's class. Rolling into Pro Class, sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop. The Summit ET Mission Finals. Andy Klosky in the tower sign. He's from Quesnel. He's a teacher, sponsored by Design Flooring, in his 80 Chev, dialed in at 984. Going against Stu Funk from Lake Country. His Chevelle from Hell 270 Chevelle, dialed in at 1070. Both cars away. Green lights, nice reaction times. Breakout for Stu Funk, so the win goes to Andy Klosky, a 9.948, 128 miles an hour. Richard Love, Towerside, he's from Maple Ridge. Part of SS Motorsports, he's a construction worker, folks, racing his 89 S10, dialed in at a 1088, going against Mark Brenzinger from Richmond. He's in that out of time 64 Nova, dialed in at a 9.47. We'll see Richard taking off first. And out of time, launching it into the sky, chasing after him. But Mark broke out, and the win goes to Richard Love at 10.931, 125 miles an hour. Richard moving on in the Pro Class. Dustin Hunter in the Tower Lane. He's from Chilliwack, BC, 1964 Ford. He calls It's Falcon Fast. Dialed in at 9.03, going against Dennis Winton from Abbotsford in a 66 Bel Air. He calls Shaggy. Dennis is dialed in at an 11.77. We'll see Dennis taking off first. Can Dustin catch him? He does. Dustin moving on in the pro class. 9.06 at 149 miles an hour. Carrying on in pro here at the Summit ET Mission Finals, Craig Johnson. He's from Langley in his 84 Oldsmobile, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust. He's dialed in at an 11.65, going against Walter Johnson from Abbotsford in the 782 Chevelle, dialed in at 11.22. Great launches, low reaction times here. The win goes to Walter Johnson at 11.266, 118 miles an hour. It's a close one. Very, very close race, but Walter's taking it. He is moving on. Don't forget, at the end of the day, we have the Race of Champions, the top 8 in points, not including today's points, of each bracket class and juniors. And the winners of that race move on to the King of the Track. It's a big deal, folks. It's coming up today. And tomorrow, of course, is a fun day, the Cash Bash, and all sorts of fun racing, not for points, though, but I'll tell you, a lot of cash being handed out Sunday. David Rastad in the Tower Lane in his 1980 Malibu. He's from Maple Ridge, dialed in at 12.08. Going against Rob Monroe from Surrey. He's a mechanic racing his 69 Acadian, dialed in at a 10.75. This is the last pass in pro. How unfortunate. David Rastad red lights it. Automatic win to Rob Monroe. The Summit ET Mission Finals here at the Titanium Strip. Moving on into our junior classes. Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning coming right up. Junior Lightning, 13 years and older. Junior Thunder, 8 to 12? I thought it was 6. 5 to 12. It's a great way to get your kids involved in racing and keep them out of trouble. Junior Lightning, Junior Thunder. They do have a Facebook page. If you're interested in getting your kids involved here at the Mission Raceway, please go on Facebook and join their group or like their page. While you're there, make sure that you like the Mission Raceway Park Facebook page. We're there with the latest and greatest from all of our races. A few more left in the season. Also, the Titanium Auto Group. Be sure to join their group. I saw them giving away 3 $100 e-transfers. Now, I wouldn't mind a free $100 e-transfer from Titanium Auto Group, so go on there and like their page and enter the draw. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Super Pro to the lanes, please? Super Pro to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6, please? Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder here at the Summit ET Mission Finals. We've got Alex Green on the tower side from Mission, sponsored by Titanium Auto Strip, Papa Roach, and JBS, going against Hunter Glant from Chilliwack, sponsored by BDL Automotive, paint by Rodriguez, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Super Steve's Tires. Hunter's dialed in at an 11.97 and Alex at a 13.92. And the win goes to Hunter Gallant. Of course, junior racers are racing to the 8th mile. Wesley Armstrong from Chilliwack, the tower side, sponsored by BD Power, Badass Garage, Lordco, and Tub O Towels. Going against Adam Katnick from Maple Ridge, part of the TK Performance Group. Wesley in the tower side, Adam in the Lordco lane. Shout out to all the junior parents out there so dedicated to their kids racing. We love it. You are excellent parents. These are all our future racers, folks. They're just going to be racing probably their whole lives, just going faster and faster. They're living for this, folks. This is everything here. Wesley in the tower side going against Adam. Bad luck for Wesley Armstrong. A red light, the win going to Adam Katnick today. Adam moving on. great camaraderie here with the parents. Way to go, all of you parents and all of you kids. You guys, you make our day up here in the tower. These are our future racers, folks. You will see these guys, you know, in 15 years in Hot Rod and Super Pro. This is the future. Moving on into the finals here in the Junior Lightning, we've got Lincoln Shirk. This 2005 Mike Boss, he's from Langley, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Brad Torque, and Bubba Speed Shop. Going against Lexi Winterbottom from Langley, sponsored by Bowtie Ventures and Hobo Racing. Lincoln dialed in at an 8.13, Lexi at an 8.22. The final here in Junior Lightning, who will it be? Lincoln Shirk for the win. He is the points champion of 2022. Congratulations to everybody on Lincoln's team. Well done. All right, just getting all our ducks in a row here in the tower. The Summit ET Mission Finals. Lots of racing left to come. We'll be rolling into our Super Pro class, Super Pro. Brought to you by Vancouver Car Wraps. Now, Super Pro, of course, is the 11.99 to 7 second index. All electronics accepted. Just want to thank our sponsors for this race, Bubba Speed Shop Pro, Vancouver Car Wraps, Mountain View Harley Davidson Motorcycle, and Peden Industries. Thank you so much for your help here. If you're interested in sponsoring any classes at the Mission Raceway, please reach out to us and we will brag about you on the mic all day long. If you were here earlier, we had a beautiful tribute to Dave Wren, the Dave Wren Memorial. It was very moving. So just like to say all the best to the family and friends of Dave Wren, and of course, all respect to the gentleman for sure. Huge part of racing here at Mission Raceway. Well respected. Very good man. R.I.P. Dave Wren.
Pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need you in the staging lanes. Hot Rod, we need you down to the staging lanes. Pronto, please.
This is the Summit ET Mission Finals. Here, lots of racing left to go. If you're feeling a little peckish or you need a drink, why don't you head on over to the concession stand and see Clara? I'm telling you, they've got some really darn good food over there in the concession stand and any kind of drink that you actually could ever want. Myself, I'm a Gatorade Zero kind of girl, and boy, oh boy, she has it there. Gonna be a Red Bull girl pretty darn soon too, so hopefully they'll have some of that good juice over there for me. Also be sure to check out the Speed Shop, the Pro Shop. They've got t-shirts, hats, candy, ice cream. They've got it all there in the Pro Shop. Check it out. The Pro Shop. Also Badass Garage, of course, on the scene with all the coolest things for your man or woman cave. Badass Garage selling balloons with a Hot Wheels, a vintage Hot Wheels for $5. And the proceeds go to the junior racers to keep those junior racers going here at Mission Raceway. So thank you, Badass Garage. Always glad to see Amy and everybody there at Badass Garage. Go say hello. See the kind of cool stuff they have there, all their wares. I'm going to be heading over there momentarily because I need stuff for my woman cave. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Anybody that is still in competition, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Anybody still in competition, please head on down to the staging lanes. Don't forget, at the end of the day, the race of champions, the top 8 in points, not including today's points, of each bracket class and juniors will be racing, and the winners of that race move on to the king of the track. The Wallies for the race of champions are gorgeous. I'm told that separates the real racers from the wannabes if you have a Wally. All right, just want to mention that the juniors don't get a Wally in the race of champions, but they get it for the race during the day. Just so there's no confusion. Just so you know, we'll be having a racers appreciation party for racers and staff after racing at the Max Fox building. Lots of food, music, and friends. So be sure to join us down there for the racers appreciation party after racing at the Max Fox building.
Excuse me, we get set to roll back into Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro, and we're going to kick it off with the semi-finals. Craig Johnson with Johnson's Custom Exhaust and Rag Torque Systems, bringing the Malibu wagon up to race John Jenkins on the McKenzie Racing and Lordco Auto Parts, and Restruction Building Services 1988 S10. I know how to speak English. I've only been speaking it fluently for the last 21 and a half years. I never misspeak in my life. I don't know what you're talking about. Pair of green bulbs as Johnson takes off towards the top end with Jenkins in hot pursuit. Top end, red for John Jenkins as he goes under the dial-in. 6,000 to be precise. Craig Johnson will be in the final. Does he race the points runner-up Martin Rochelle in the Malibu, dialed at 1090? Or will he face off against the Rich Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle by Brian Ritchie, dialed at a 790? Red light start for Brian Ritchie. 015 red on the tree. He's going to back out and not even bother to push that car to the top end as Martin Rochelle runs down to 10.925 at 127 miles an hour. It's going to wrap up Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. We will roll into Hot Rod, where we continue to advance our way through. 8 cars still in competition in Hot Rod at the moment. Started off with Steven Sheffer and Rob Hodgson. Firebird versus a Plymouth. Sheffer goes under the dial in 12:06.7 on the 12:10 dial, giving Rob Hodgson a trip to the semifinals. Rob Monroe Sr. chasing down Ken Hogue, the white knuckle racing Model A, running after the Plymouth. Makes the pass of the quarter mile. Rob Monroe Sr. moves on to the semifinals. Bring up Randy Hermson in the winged behemoth Oldsmobile to race Chris Stone in the Stone Cold Racing Dart. .065 to .030 light. Hermson breaks out, trying to stay in front of Chris Stone. Runs 13:45 on the 13:48 dial. Bring it up for Derek Shirk and Martin Jackman. Last pairing here in Hot Rod as the Titanium Auto Group of Bubba Speed Shop Chevy 2 gets set to race the Chevelle. Derek Shirk might have his patience pay off as we have two green lights. Shirk hightailing it to chase after the Chevelle and makes the pass. 0.002 of a second. Derek Shirk is in the semifinals. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Warren Johnson and Andy Klosky, we need you to the staging lanes. Warren Johnson and Andy Klosky, we need you in the staging lanes. Moving to the motorcycle semifinals, Tom Turan racing Al Omond. Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycles in their semifinals. The Thrifty Machine Shop bounty on Al Omond still active. Turan going to be the driver to try to see if he can win $25 by knocking Al Omond out before he gets to the final. Two green lights, Turan chasing after the 13-time champion. Bowman still out in front, 4 thousandths of a second. That bounty, though, is still going to be active as we get heads rolling to the final. Will McDonald for Wild Racing on the Kawasaki will be the last rider with an attempt to win $25 from Thrift Machine Shop in Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Will McDonald staging the bike and backing out as we will move into the next round of Sportsman. In their semifinals, as Ron Clark will get the bye run in the 1969 Chevelle from Port Alberni. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Walter Johnson, we are still waiting for you in the staging lanes. Walter Johnson, we need you in the staging lanes. Walter Johnson, 5-minute warning or we'll run without you. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Somebody has taken some licensing papers from a clipboard belonging to that of Jody Brickwood. So somebody out there in the pits has Jody Brickwood's licensing papers. If you are in possession of those, please bring those to the timing tower. We are in need of those. If you have Jody Brickwood's licensing papers, we need those to the second floor of the timing tower as soon as possible. Thank you. We move now into Pro, where 5 cars remain. Dustin Hunter with the bye. Bring up the next pairing of Richard Love in the SS Motorsports S10 down to 1092 and Rob Monroe in the 1969 Acadian. And hopefully we'll be getting Walter Johnson up before long so we can race with Andy Klosky to see which one of them will race Dustin Hunter in the semifinal. Meanwhile, Richard Love on a double breakout gets the bye for the semifinals. So Love, freebie into the final. So that's going to roll us into Peden Industries Junior Thunder for the final here as we wait for Klosky and Johnson to arrive. Oh, looks like we're going to back them out. It looks like Walter Johnson has just arrived on scene, so we're going to stick around in Pro for just a little while longer to get him and Andy Klosky down the track. Andy Klosky over here, TCS side in the Strip Teaser Chevelle will race Walter Johnson in the Chevelle. Andy Klosky turns on the red ball. Walter Johnson will be moving on to the next round. Adam Katnick for TK Performance in the Junior Thunder Final for Peden Industries. Going to be going up against Hunter Galan for BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Super Steve Tires. 893 to a 1205. Hunter Glance off and away. Adam Katnick in hot pursuit. Closing him into the 330 foot at the 8th mile. Adam Katnick going to once again take home the win. And in fact, a Wally and then a championship, as Adam Katnick will now officially secure himself the Junior Thunder Championship in 2022. The pits, attention in the pits. Once again, we've made the call for all competitors still in competition back to the staging lanes. We have both Race of Champions and King of the Track that we have yet to run tonight. We would like to get started with those special events as soon as possible. So all competitors back to the lanes. First, I've been told about an electric scooter category. Appears to be heads up, no qualifying required. I think that's the first time I've seen a burnout on a scooter. Steve Sikora and Billy Brimacombe, as I'm being told. And Steve already almost loops it off the line as he almost high-sides a scooter. Who would have thought that'd be possible? Has to try to paddle it like it's a rowboat. Steve, I don't think you're going to win that. There's no way you can make yourself aerodynamic enough to do that. But you may as well just, wave it off, wave it off. To the 8th mile, it's Brimacombe to win the grudge match. 17.5, 59, 34 miles an hour. Only 22 miles an hour? Come on, Steve. You're doing the track a disservice here as our starter by going that slow. I demand at least 30 miles an hour in your next pass.
Kind of disappointed, Steve. The Summit ET Mission Finals here at the Titanium Strip Mission Raceways. We'll be moving into Pro. The 13.99 to 9-second index. No electronics accepted except for trans brake, two-step rev control, and automated shifter. We've got Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack in that 64 Ford. It's Falcon Fast, dialed in at a 9.08. Going against Walter Johnson from Abbotsford in that 72 Chevelle, dialed in at 11.24. Semifinals here in Pro. Two greens, Dustin chasing after Walter. And he does it a 9.13, 137 miles an hour. Dustin moving on. Richard Love with the bye, part of SS Motorsports. He is a construction worker from Maple Ridge and is 89 S10, dialed in at 10.90. All right, just taking it easy down through the top end for the bye win. So Dustin Hunter and Richard Love in the final coming up a little later. Lots of racing still to come, including the Race of Champions and the King of the Track. Next up is the Sportsman. We've got Carson Barlow, Tower Side, is 70 C10. He's from Mission, dialed in at 13.72. Going against Ron Clark from Port Alberni, 1969 Chevelle, a retiree, dialed in at 12.49. This is the final for Sportsman. It's up to these two guys here, Carson versus Ron. Who's going to take it? And they're off both green bulbs. Ron racing after Carson. And the winner is Ron Clark at 12.50, 100 miles an hour. And the winner here in the Sportsman's class.
Couple of announcements. First off, I want to start on a high note and say that there are photos available for the folks that have won races today in the winner's circle. So if you've won a race today and you want to get your picture taken, head on down to the winner's circle. Now, on a bit more of a serious note, I have to say I'm a bit disappointed that I have to remind drivers of this. This is a street legal thing I have to remind people of. I shouldn't have to tell people about this on a pro race weekend. There is a speed limit in the pits. It is 10 miles an hour. Please adhere to it. There are children on the property, not limited to just the juniors. Keep that in mind. It is a busy place. Just because you are late for your lane calls does not mean you have the right to go speeding down the pits. Please be aware of that. We are watching. We know who you are. Do not do it again, or we will take other measures into our hands. Thank you. Finals for Hot Rod. Rob Monroe will be racing Chris Stone. The White Knuckle Racing 31-4 Model A to be racing the 68 Dodge Dart. Double red light, Chris Stone moves on. 022 red to a 002. That then will leave Derek Shirk and Rob Hodgson. Two green lights. Derek Shirk trying to chase down Rob Hodgson, but not liking the way those lights are looking. Sure enough, Derek Shirk breaks out, trying to get back by Rob Hodgson. Runs 8:47 on the 851 dial. Hodgson moves on to the final. Bring it up for Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro for the final. Craig Johnson and the Johnson's Custom Exhaust Malibu wagon for Rad Torque Systems will face off against Martin Rochelle in his Super Street Malibu. Two green lights, and only 0.06 of a second separate these two drivers on the tree. Martin Michelle is going to win Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. Bring on Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycle categories. Will McDonald for Wild Racing in the Kawasaki Racing. Al Ullman in the Thrifty Machine Shop Kawasaki. Both riders fully staged. Al Ullman set for his 14th track championship. He's already locked in event tonight. This pass will make it official. 2 green lights. Al Ullman wins another one. Make it 14 times MRP champion in Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycles.
The Summit ET Mission Finals here. The titanium strip at Mission Raceway. A couple more finals to go. And then, of course, we have the Race of Champions, which is the top 8 in points, not including today's points, of each bracket class and the juniors. Then those winners will be moving on to the King of the Track. It's a big deal. Lots of racing action still to come. Big thanks to our sponsors, Bubba Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, Mountain View Harley Davidson Motorcycle, and Peden Industry for sponsoring the classes that they are today. Thank you so much. If you're feeling a little hungry, it is getting to be dinner time. Be sure to check out the concession stand. Clara's been feeding us all day. We just had a cheeseburger up here in the tower, and cheeseburger. I know where I'll be heading a little later for dinner. It's going to be over to see Clara to get myself a cheeseburger. Lots of great food over there, lots of drinks, pretty much a very wide selection of anything you'd like to drink in there. Except the wobbly pops, of course. Also, be sure to check out Badass Garage. All of their wares on sale. And I was talking to them down there, and did you know that they actually have an on-site store? So they've got a huge double garage with all of their wares set up. So why don't you go on Facebook and like their page and set up a day to go and check it out. They're open 6 days a week. They'd love to see you, Badass Garage. Don't forget they're selling balloons with a vintage Hot Wheels on the end of the string. Balloons for $5. The money goes to support the junior dragsters. Moving into the pro class, we have Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack in the 1964 Ford. It's Falcon Fast, dialed in at 9.08. Going against Richard Love from Maple Ridge. He's a construction worker, part of the SS Motorsports group in his 1989 S10. He's dialed in at 11.30. This is a final in pro. This is it, folks. Dustin Hunter going against Richard Love in the final at the Summit ET Mission Finals Pro Class. Double breakout, the win going to Dustin Hunter. 008 reaction time for him. Congratulations, Dustin Hunter, the winner of the pro class. So the Race of Champions is coming up. We have one more final to go, I believe. The Race of Champions is the top 8 in points of each bracket and class and juniors, and it's not including today's points. So attention in the pits, Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. You are on a 15-minute standby for the Race of Champions. Just to let you know, our running order in the Race of Champions will be Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, then Hot Rod. We'll be straight into eliminations, no qualifying hits. So, Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning, you are on a 15-minute standby for the Race of Champions.
Pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod Finals. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Hot Rod finalists. We still need you in the staging lanes. Roll into what I believe will be our final before we get set to kick off Race of Champions. Chris Stone for Stone Cold Racing in the 1968 Dodge Dart. Make it a duel with the Plymouth of Rob Hodgson down at 1090. Junior Dragsters, Race of Champions to the lanes, please. Junior Thunder Race of Champions to 1, Lightning to 2. Junior Dragster Race of Champions to the lanes, Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. Sportsman Race of Champions, you're on standby. Two green lights. This is a race for the quarter mile. In the hot rod final, Chris Stone, 0.02 of a second, beats Rob Hodgson.
All right, a great Summit ET Mission Finals in the books. Moving on to the Race of Champions. Congratulations to all the points winners in the Summit ET Finals. It was a great race, I must say. I'm used to street legals, but this is definitely something else. So moving on into the Race of Champions, which is the top 8 in points, not including today's points of each bracket class and juniors. The winners of this Race of Champions will move on to the King of the Track. Lots of racing action still to come, and of course, Sunday, more racing. Sunday is not a points race. They have an electronics and non-electronics cash bash with the first round buybacks for $40 and a cash bash for the juniors. Just looking at the payouts, there is a lot of money going to be handed out tomorrow, thousands and thousands of dollars, so be sure to come back tomorrow and to check that out. Big shout out to everyone on the live stream. How you doing on the live stream? Hope to see you come down to the track. We'd love to see your smiling faces. And to everyone here, thanks for spending your weekend here with us. So good to have everybody together again after a long couple years.
I believe there's going to be a Racers Appreciation Party at the Max Fox building. There will be lots of food and music, and you can go and catch up with all your friends, potentially make new ones. So once again, that's going to be after racing tonight. There will be a Racers Appreciation Party. So stick around if you have to head on out on Sunday. At least stick around for that party. Guaranteed that's not something you're going to want to miss.
Almost ready to roll into our junior class here. The Race of Champions coming right up. Oh, here they are now. Kind of interesting way that they get paired up. You get to pick a golf ball. Everyone picks a golf ball. One goes against one, two goes against two. Kind of rolls like that. Hunter Gallant in the Tower Lane from Chilliwack, sponsored by BDL Automotive. Paint by Rodrigue, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Super Steve's Tires. Dialed in at a 12.10. Going against Alex Green from Mission, sponsored by JBS Titanium Auto Group and Papa Roach, dialed in at 14 seconds. Look at that double one reaction time for Alex, double 04 for Hunter. They're getting good at this reaction time thing. The winner is Hunter Gallant from Chilliwack. Hunter will be proceeding into the next round. Tower side, we've got Emily White, part of White Lightning Racing. She's from Mission, sponsored by Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Lordco, Walco, TNT, and SNT. Dialed in at an 8.90, going against Adam Katnick from Maple Ridge, part of TK Performance. Dialed in at an 8.92. Going to the 8th mile here in our junior racing program. Junior Thunder here at the Race of Champions. Unfortunately, a red light for Emily White. Adam Katnick moving on to the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sportsman, part of the Race of Champions, to the lanes, please? Sportsmen that are racing in the Race of Champions, to the lanes, please. Ashton Katnick in the Tower side. He's from Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance. Dialed in at a 13.90, going against Cadence Rodrigue from Chilliwack in the 06 Creative, sponsored by Ken Specialties, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Milron Truck Body. Dialed in at a 11.95. And they're off, double green, going to the 8th mile. And it's Cadence Rodrigue moving on into the next round. All right, the last pair in Thunder. It's Connor Jackson from Abbotsford, part of the TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab. In the 09 Martin, Connor's going against Wesley Armstrong from Chilliwack, sponsored by BD Power, Badass Garage, Lordco, and Tub O'Towels. Wesley dialed in at a 12.61, Connor at a 9.05. Our last two cars in the Junior Thunder. Trip. Oh, Connor Jackson. Trip zip. The win goes to Wesley Armstrong from Chilliwack. He'll be going into the next round. Moving on into Junior Lightning. Bound to be just as exciting as Junior Thunder just was. Lincoln Shirk in the tower side in his 2005 Mike Boss. He's from Langley, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque, and Bubba's Speed Shop. Going against Aiden Katnick from Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance. Aiden's dialed in at a 7.90, Lincoln an 8.14. The Race of Champions, Junior Lightning. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, this is your second call. Sportsmen that are racing in the Race of Champions, you should be heading over to the lanes or already be in the lanes. Oh, bad luck for Lincoln. 002 red light. The win goes to Aiden Katnick. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, you are on standby. If you're racing in the Race of Champions in the pro class, you are on standby.
We have Colton Morin, who it does appear will be having a bye run. As in Junior Lightning, instead of there being the usual 8, there were only 7, as there were only 7 Junior Lightnings on the property altogether. So Morin will be getting a free pass into the next round. With Colton Morin through, we're going to move on to Lexi Winterbottom and CL Gagnon. Emma Debris Coos. I said that right the first time. The Bowtie Ventures Hobo Racing Junior Dragster dialed at 829. TCS side on the Lordco side out of Shawnigan Lake. Straight line race cars and B&D lift trucks dialed in at 793. Both drivers away on green bulbs. Break out for Winterbottom. 825 with an 8 on the 829. Emma Debris Coos is through to the next round. That brings up CL Gagnon out of Qualicum Beach for Big Kids Racing and Titanium Auto Group down at 790 to race Abigail White for White Lightning Racing for SNT, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Lordco Autoparts, TNT, and Walco. And another pair of green bulbs. CL Gagnon with a 005 in the pocket. Translate that to a race win. Double breakout. CL Gagnon, the lesser offender, got there first ahead of Abigail White. Ran a 788 with a 6 on the 790, but Abigail White even further under a 786 on a 797. It's going to wrap it up then for Race of Champions Junior Dragsters for their first round. Sportsman will be up before too long, but it looks like we've got some minor track prep to do before then. attention in the pits. Pro Racer Champions, this is your call to the staging lanes. Pro Racer Champions, we need you down to the staging lanes. Super Pro Racer Champions, you are on standby. To Sportsman for their section in the Racer Champions for their first round. And we'll kick it off with Bill Wells in the 81 Malibu to race Joanna Rebello in the Corvette. 12:47 to a 14:16. Double breakout. Bill Wells moves on to the next round. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Craig Johnson, we need you in the staging lanes. Craig Johnson, we need you in the staging lanes. Next pairing up, Randy Hermson in the Winged Behemoth Oldsmobile to race Sylvia Hoogstens in the Ford Mustang. 13:45 to a 12:65. And another double breakout, this time gifting Randy Hermsen a free pass. Sylvia Hookstins going too quick. Next up, Steve Baskerville and Carson Barlow. The Volkswagen Golf R out of West Vancouver, down at 12 seconds flat to race Carson Barlow in the 1970 C10. Down at 13:72. Almost identical reaction times here at the start line. As Baskerville pulls alongside Barlow, can't make the pass. Carson Barlow will stay out in front. And that will bring up the last pass in Sportsman Round 1 for the Race of Champions. Eric Hansen in the North Vancouver Transmissions Plymouth to race Sidney Jung in the Malibu. Hansen turns on the red light by 0.07 of a second. Sidney Jung will move to the next round. Wrap it up for the Sportsman portion of Race of Champions. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. There's been a phone recovered from the pit side bleachers. If you happen to be missing a phone that you might have lost somewhere along those pit side bleachers, it has just been turned into the timing tower. So you can make your way on up here. We roll to the Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket portion of Race of Champions. We kick it off with Craig Johnson and the Johnson's Custom Exhaust, a Rad Torque System, Cutlass Racing, Chris Stone, and the Stone Cold Racing, Winter Harbor Marina Titanium Auto Group, and BG Fuel Products, Dodge Dart. Two green lights close to each other. Chris Stone chasing down Johnson. Doesn't make the pass. Craig Johnson moves on to the next one. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro Race of Champions to the back of staging. Hot Rod on standby. Next pairing up, going to be Dennis Winton in the Shaggy Bel Air, racing Lorenz Schwartz of the Titanium Auto Group at Bubba Speed Shop, Monte Carlo. And wind light turns on for Lorenz Schwartz as he'll move on to the next one. Bring up Ross Walker in the Chevy 2 and Veronica Hodgson in the Dodge Dart. Veronica Hodgson already has one King of the Track championship under her belt from 2019, trying to go for another. Both drivers taking off down the racetrack. Walker running down Hodgson. Too quick. 10:08 with a 7. 3 thou under the 10:09 dial. Veronica Hodgson moves on to the next round. Bring up the last pairing, Jim Bankian, the Rad Torque Systems, and Bucky's Mini Excavating Services, Plymouth Barracuda, to race Brian Vader in the Dart. Both racers dialed in at 10:10. Heads up grudge match. One hundredth of a second, 18 thousandths, as Jim Banky moves on to the next one. As we continue to work through the Race of Champions event, I think it's going to be about high time for me to hit the road from here. But Chrissy, I know you are, I'm going to leave you in some very valuable hands here, and you'll be able to take us through all the rest of the action over the course of the night.
All right, Nolan, thanks so much. I think I'll try to stumble through it here. Of course, I'm just a street legals announcer, of course, here in the big times. I'm out of my league, Nolan, but thanks so much. Nolan's such a great announcer, and you'll have Jerry back tomorrow. All right, the Race of Champions. Next up, we're going to have Super Pro. The top 8 in points of each bracket and class are competing here, including the juniors at the Race of Champions. I understand the pairings are by picking a golf ball with numbers on them. And apparently it's really fun. So if you pick one, another guy picks one, you're going together. And the winners of here, of the Race of Champions, move on to the King of the Track. Lots more racing action here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. Don't forget, if you're getting hungry, be sure to check out our concession stand. We've got Clara there making the best dinners around. The cheeseburger is delicious. Oh, I also saw some people with some ice cream walking around. They got that from the Pro Shop. So if you're interested in some ice cream candies, t-shirts, or hats, go on over to the Pro Shop. We also have Badass Garage here. Badass Garage selling the coolest merch around. Items for your man cave or for the ladies. We're cool too. We need cool stuff and great ideas for birthdays, and you know the big Christmas is coming. Maybe your spouse or a friend has had their eye on something in Badass Garage. Hey, now is the time to go over there and grab it. They're also selling balloons with a vintage Hot Wheels on the end, and that's only for $5, and the money goes to supporting the juniors and the junior racing here at Mission Raceway. It's a great cause, and cool balloons and even cooler Hot Wheels. Lots of racing going on tonight and again tomorrow. Tomorrow is not a points race. Electronics and non-electronics cash bash with first round buybacks for $40 and a cash bash for the juniors. And I'm looking at the payouts here, and whew, big money being handed out. Big thanks to Vancouver Car Wraps, Bubba Speed Shop, and Peden Industries putting out the big money for the wins at tomorrow's Cash Bash. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, can we get Hot Rod to the rear of staging, please? Hot Rod to the rear of staging. Super Pro John Jenkins in the Tower Lane, sponsored by Lordco RBS and Reconstruction Building Services. Going against Martin from Surrey in a 78 Malibu, dialed in at 1090. John dialed in at 1071. Double 05 for John Jenkins in the Tower Lane. The win goes to Martin. John Jenkins broke out. Hot Rod ROC, the Race of Champions, because that's what we are doing right now. Hot rods that are racing in the Race of Champions to the rear of staging, please. Jan Christensen in the Tower Lane from Langley in the El Gringo. Going against Stephen Robert from Courtney in the 34 Chev he calls the Bucket. Sponsored by IPS and Pitbull Mechanic Repairs. The Race of Champions here in Super Pro. Way up in the air for Steven, and a red light for Jan Christensen. The win going to Stephen Robert. A 003, and he's pulled off, so that's unfortunate. Let's hope he can get it together for the next round. Did see a little smoke when he came down. He came down pretty hard. He went way up. Our track officials heading out to check out the situation. The Race of Champions. These are our top 8 in points, not including today's points, of each bracket class and the juniors competing. Big thanks for spending the day with us here at Mission Raceway, the Titanium Strip. Lots of racing action still to come. Big shout out to everyone on the live stream. Hey, everyone on the live stream. We hope to see you down tomorrow. Lots of racing in the Cash Bash tomorrow. Sunday, a non-points race. Electronics and non-electronics Cash Bash. And a Cash Bash for the juniors. All right, looks like we've got that vehicle out of the way. Track officials just making sure everything is still safe so we can carry on with our race of champions. The 4 Race of Champion class winners, plus the points leader in motorcycle and 1 wild card entry, will make up the 6 racers that will then run for the king of the track with the coveted Wally and the jacket. Race of Champions, finishing up in Super Pro class. Thanks for your patience. Our track officials getting everything together so we can carry on the Race of Champions. Richard Love in the tower side, he's from Osoyoos. Sponsored by SS Motorsports, racing his 89 S10. Going against Craig Johnson from Langley in a 79 Malibu wagon, sponsored by Rad Torque. Both cars at the staging lane. Courtesy staging. And they're off double green. Oh, a double breakout, and the win goes to Craig Johnson. The Race of Champions here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. Moving into Hot Rod now. Hot Rod is 7.50 and slower, 1969 and older, no electronics except for trans brake, 2-step rev control, and automated shifters. It's Mark Briesinger from Richmond, racing that 1964 Nova called Out of Time, sponsored by Vinny's Speed Shop, dialed in at a 9.44, going against Rob Hodgins from Mission, 1967 Plymouth, dialed in at a 1090. Way up in the air, chasing after Rob. And the win goes to Mark Briesinger, 9.505, 139 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get both the juniors to the rear of the staging area, please? All juniors to the rear of the staging area that are racing in the Race of Champions. And Sportsmen, you are on standby. Dustin Hunter, Tower Side, going against Martin Jackman. Chasing after him in that 64 Ford. It's Falcon Fast, and he doesn't make it. It's Martin Jackman in a 64 Chevelle from Mission, going on into the next round. Glenn Fillingham from Coquitlam in the Tower Side, 68 AMC, going against Sylvia Hoogstens from Maple Ridge, driving her 1966 Ford in the Race of Champions. Double green. Nice reaction time for Sylvia. And that's good enough to give her the win. Sylvia moving on into the next round. Jim Banky from Mission, the 67 CUDA, sponsored by Bucky's Mini Excavating and Rad Torque Systems, going against Randy Hermson, the school bus driver in that 58 old. It's called the Winged Behemoth. Randy dialed in at 13.42, Jim a 10.10. .007 reaction time for Jim. And he'll take the win, a 10.15 at 124 miles an hour. Jim moving on into the next round. Just a reminder that there is a Racers Appreciation Party after racing at the Max Fox building. Racers and staff, we appreciate you. Come on down to the Max Foster building after racing. Lots of food, music, and friends. Love to meet you. I'm going to head down there. I'd like to meet all of you out there. So hope to see you at the Max Fox building for the Racers Appreciation Party after the racing is over. Can we get the Catnicks to the staging lanes, please? The Catnicks family to the staging lane. We'll be rolling into our juniors coming right up. Junior Thunder, ages 5 to 12, and Junior Lightning, 13 to 16-year-olds. Great way to get your kids involved in racing, keep them out of trouble, and they will love it. I'll tell you, the smiles on the faces of these juniors, it's pretty amazing. And, you know, these parents, the best parents around, supporting their kids in motorsports is just something else, folks. So if you want to get involved, hey, why don't you talk to some of these parents here? They could give you some tips of where you could get yourself a junior dragster and get the kids involved. They have a lot of fun, and I think the parents are having a lot of fun too. The juniors coming up next at the Race of Champions after we successfully concluded the Summit ET Mission Finals, and what a final it was. Congratulations to all the points winners. It takes real dedication to come to every race to get those points to be the champion, so you earned it. Congratulations to everybody, all of the points winners of the race season. The Race of Champions Junior Thunder just about to begin. These are ages 5 to 12 years old. Don't forget, the juniors are our future racers. One day, you know, you'll be hearing their name in Hot Rod or Pro or Sportsman. Wesley Armstrong from Chilliwack in the Tower Lane, sponsored by BD Power, Badass Garage, Lordco, and Tub of Towels, going against Hunter Gallant from Chilliwack, sponsored by BDL Automotive, Paint by Rodrigue, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Super Steve's Tires. Wesley's dialed in at a 12.65, Hunter a 12.07. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get the Race of Champions Sportsmen to the lanes, please? That's the Race of Champions Sportsmen to the lane. Pro Race of Champions, you're on standby. Looks like Wesley, unfortunately, a red light. The win goes to Hunter Gallant. Next up in Junior Thunder, we have Adam Katnick in the tower side. He's from Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance, dialed in at an 8.93. Going against Cadence Rodrigue from Chilliwack, sponsored by Ken Specialties, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Milron Truck Body. Cadence is dialed in at an 11.96. All right, bad luck for Adam Katnick. Red light. Cadence moving on into the next round. on into Junior Lightning. Colton Morin, part of Morin Motorsports since 2022. Mike Boss, sponsored by JBS, TDS, Tires Plus, and Big Kids Racing. CL Gagnon from Qualicum Beach, sponsored by Big Kids Racing and Titanium Auto Group, dialed in at a 7.90. Colton, a 7.96. The Race of Champions, the Lightning class. Win goes to Colton Morin. He'll be moving on into the next round. Debris Coos in the tower lane from Shawnigan Lake, sponsored by Straight Line Race Cars and B&D Lift Trucks, going against Aiden Katnick from Maple Ridge, part of the TK Performance Group. Aiden's dialed in at an 8. Emma dialed in at a 7.99. Red light for Aiden Katnick. Emma Debris Coos moving on to the next round in Junior Lightning. The Race of Champions continues. We'll be moving into our Sportsman Race of Champions class. Just a reminder, the Racer Appreciation Party after racing at the Max Fox building. Staff and racers, welcome. There's lots of food, music, and hey, lots of racing friends, and maybe you could meet some new friends like me, Chrissy. Love to meet you. We'll see you over at the Racers Appreciation Party after racing at the Max Fox building. All right, we're going to run these two cars. This is a final race from a race that I believe is rained out. Yeah, so they just need to finish this up for the points. It's Chris Stone versus Ross Walker. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get the Race of Champion Pros to the lane? Race of Champion Pros to the lane. Super Pro, you are on standby. Chris Stone in the Tower lane, Ross Walker in the Lordco lane. Finishing off a final from a previous race. Off. And it's Ross Walker for the win. A 10.071, 130 miles an hour. Great job, Ross Walker. All right, back to the Race of Champions. Race of Champions in the Sportsman class now. It's Bill Wells from Mission and his 1981 Malibu. 55 years of racing for Bill. He's a retired gentleman. He's dialed in at a 12.50, going against Carson Barlow from Mission in that 70 C10. His dial in is a 13.61. We'll see Carson leave a little early. See if Bill can catch him. 55 years of racing. And the win goes to Carson Barlow, 13.70 at 90 miles an hour. Fun fact about Bill Wells, he's a gentleman that takes care of all the Langley loafers. So thank you for that, Bill. Carrying on, we've got Randy Hermson from Mission in the 58 Olds, the Winged Behemoth. He's a school bus driver going against Sidney Young from Surrey in the 81 Malibu. Double green. Goes to Sydney at 12.097, 102 miles an hour. Sydney moving on into the next round. Next up, we'll be racing the Race of Champions Pro Class. Pro Class coming up next here at the Mission Raceway. Don't forget to say hello to Clara in the concession stand. It's definitely dinner time. I know I'm getting a little hungry. Go and say hi to Clara for me and tell her, hey, I'm coming for my cheeseburger, girl. I'm coming real soon because those cheeseburgers are something else. Claire at the concession stand serving those burgers all day along with all sorts of different foods, hot dogs, chicken strips, french fries, poutine, you name it, she's got it. Go see Clara at the concession stand. Don't forget about the Pro Shop. You can get yourself a Mission Raceway t-shirt, a hat. They've got a bunch of Hot Wheels in there, and also candy and ice cream. Make sure you go and check it out, the Pro Shop. Also, of course, Badass Garage out there with the coolest merch, everything you could ever need for your man cave or for the ladies. We like racing stuff too, and don't forget, Christmas is coming. You never know. Get your deals now at the Badass Garage. They also do have a physical store, so be sure to like their page on Facebook, Badass Garage, and maybe go check them out someday. They're open 6 days a week, and they'd love to have you come on out and check out their wares. Race of Champion Pro Class coming right up. Here I am bragging about the concession stand, and it's closed. Oh, man. Am I going to starve? No, because there's a Racers Appreciation Party after racing at the Max Fox building. I hear there is a barbecue, lots of food, music, and friends. Be sure to hang out for that. So. Just a reminder to the racers. Now, if you are out of the Race of Champions, don't leave just yet. You have a chance to continue to race into the King of the Track by a wild card entry. So be sure to stick around because we are going to draw that wild card entry. After the Race of Champions, it could be you. You could be going to the King of the Track. Big thanks to all of our sponsors here. All our sponsors, their signs are all over the racetrack, so be sure to check them out. Hey, if you need some diesel transmissions, injector, some work, BD Diesel is there for you. Minitoon, Thermo King, Factory Tools Direct, O'Connor RV, Albion Tireland, and much, much more. We thank them all for their sponsorship, keeping motorsports going here in BC at Mission Raceways. Big thanks to Bubba Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, and Mountain View Harley Davidson, as well as Peden Industries for all your help with this race. Don't forget, on Sunday, it's not a points race. It's a fun race, electronics and non-electronics cash bash. And, of course, the cash bash for the juniors. And this is a lot of money being handed out here. In the electronics, a win is $1,000. And that's no joke. So definitely come on down and check out Sunday, because I know they're going to want that cash, and they're going to be pushing their cars to the limit to get it. Big shout out to our friends on the live stream. Hey, everybody. Hope to see you tomorrow or at a race in the future. Speaking of future events, you can always check us out at missionraceway.com or our Facebook page. Be sure to like it and get all of the updates On September 30th to October 2nd is the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. The West Coast Outlaw Shootout featuring MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275, Limited Street, Doorslammer Cash Bash, and the West Coast Pro Modified Season Points Finale. And there's big dollars for that. The MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275, the winner, walks away with $3,000. Cha-ching. So be sure to check it out September 30th to October 2nd. We also, of course, have the Mopac Street Legals October the 7th. It'll be the last one of the season. So come on down with your vehicle to the Street Legals and come have some fun. I know Nolan will be on the mic that night. And we usually have a lot of fun at the Mopac Friday Night Street Legals. So hope to see you at these races. Still a lot of racing to come. The Race of Champions. And then we'll be moving on to the King of the Track. The Race of Champions Pro Class. Jim Benke in the Tower Lane. In his 67 Plymouth Cuda, sponsored by Rad Torque, Bucky's Mini Excavating Services, going against Craig Johnson from Langley, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust, his 84 Cutlass, sponsored by Rad Torque. Jim Benke in the Tower Lane, dialed in at a 10.12. Craig, an 11.65. Who will move on to the next round in Pro. Is Jim Benke, a 10.14 with a Ford, 123 miles an hour. Jim moving on to the next round. Veronica Hodgson in the Tower Side, 1969 Dart. She's a 2017 Sportsman champ, 2019 King of the Track champ, going against Wren from Langley, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Bubba's Speed Shop in his 1983 Monte Carlo. Lorenz dialed in at a 10.33, Veronica a 12.47. Double green lights. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, can you make your way to the rear of staging, please? Super Pro to the rear of staging. Hot Rod, you're on standby. The win goes to Lorez Schwartz, 10.40, 114 miles an hour. Once again, attention in the pit, Super Pro. Can we get you to the rear of staging, please? Super Pro to the rear of staging. Hot Rod, you are on standby. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Hot Rod to the rear of staging, please? Hot Rod to the rear of staging. Those that are racing in the Race of Champions. The Race of Champions at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway, continuing with our Super Pro. In our second round of eliminations. Don't forget, if you were eliminated in the Race of Champions, you could still move on to the King of the Track via a wild card entry. So don't take off just quite yet. It could be you racing in the King of the Track. Another reminder about the party after racing. Staff and racers welcome. We have lots of food, barbecue, music, and friends. So be sure to stroll on down there to the Max Fox building after racing. Come hang out, have some food, and have some fun. Martin Rochelle from Surrey in the 1978 Malibu in the Lordco lane, dialed in at a 10.90. Going against Jan Christensen, Tower Lane, in El Gringo from Langley, dialed in at an 8.52. Two greens, Martin off and running, Jan chasing him down, and he catches him an 8.52 at 156 miles an hour. Jan moving on here, the second round of eliminations in Super Pro. Here's a bye run for Craig Johnson, dialed in at a 10 even from Langley. Sponsored by Rad Torque and Johnson's Custom Exhaust, 1979 Malibu wagon. $11.0599 miles an hour. Moving on into the next round of Race of Champions here at the Mission Raceway. Race of Champions, second round of eliminations in Hot Rod. Martin Jackman from Mission, BC in the tower lane, a 64 Chevelle dialed in at 12.83, going against Mark Briesinger from Richmond in that 64 Nova, out of time, dialed in at a 9.47. He's sponsored by Vinny's Speed Shop. It's Martin versus Mark here in the Hot Rod class. Launching into the air in that 64 Nova, chasing Martin down, and he does it, a 9.49, a 132 miles an hour. Mark Briesinger moving on to the next round, the Race of Champions Hot Rod class. Jim Banky Tower Sign is 67 CUDA, sponsored by Rad Torque and Bucky's Mini Excavating, dialed in at a 10.12, going against Sylvia Hoogstens from Maple Ridge. She's a property manager, racing her 66 Ford with a 3.02, dialed in at 12.56. She'll be taking off a little early. We'll see if Jim can catch her. Bad luck for Jim Banky. It is a red light, 007. Sylvia for the win, moving on into the next round. The Race of Champions here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. Coming up next will be the juniors. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, coming right up. Don't forget, you could be the wild card entry to move on to the King of the Track race. So be sure that if you do want to be a wild card entry, that you're not having any wobbly pops in the off time. Because we want you to race. We want you to be in the King of the Track. All right, so this is the Race of Champions, and this is the finals, the final round. Here it is, folks. Junior Thunder, Candice Rodrigue from Chilliwack in her 2006 Creative, sponsored by Ken's Specialty, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Milron Truck Bodies. Going against Hunter Gallant, sponsored by BDL Automotive, paint by Rodrigue, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Super Steve's Tires. Hunter's dialed in at a 12:19. Cadence a 12:04. This is the final in the Junior Thunder. They're off double green. Who will be the Race of Champions champion? Pretty darn close here. It is Cadence Rodrigue for the win. Congratulations. You are the champion of your class, Junior Thunder Race of Champions. Look at the camaraderie here, folks. This is great parenting. These are stand-up folks supporting their kids in their racing endeavors. So proud to have these parents here with us at Mission Raceways. Final round of the Junior Lightning coming right up. Emma Debris-Coos from Shawnigan Lake in the Tower Lane, sponsored by Straight Line Race Cars and B&D Lift Trucks, going against Colton Morin, part of the Morin Motorsports Group. It is 2022 Mike Boss, sponsored by JBS, TDS, Tires Plus, and Big Kids Racing. This is for all the beans here. Junior Lightning Race of Champions. Who will take it all? Junior Lightning, feel the excitement. Race of Champions, this is it. Both green lights, they are off. Who will it be? So close already. It goes to Emma Debris-Coos. It was a breakout by Colton. Good job to both of these racers. But Emma, you are the champion of the Race of Champions in Junior Lightning. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get all of the Race of Champions finalists to the lanes, please? We need the Race of Champions finalists, all of you, to come on down to the staging lanes, please. Following these finals, we move on to the King of the Track. We will be picking that wild card entry. It could be you racing at the King of the Track. Great to see all those juniors racing. We're proud of you all, juniors. These are our future racers. I know in 10 years we're going to be announcing your name in Sportsman or Pro or Super Pro. It's all about you, juniors. So you had a great, great race today, and I'm proud of you. We're all proud of you here at Mission Raceway. Well done. Don't forget the Racers Appreciation Party after racing at the Max Fox building. Staff and racers, welcome. There's lots of food, music, and friends. I hope to see some of those junior racers there so I can shake their hands. Racers Appreciation Party after racing at the Max Fox building. All Race of Champion finalists, please make your way to the staging lanes, please. Race of Champions finalists. After we complete the Race of Champions, of course, is the King of the Track. It's a big deal, folks. Everybody wanting to be the King of the Track here at Mission Raceway. Big thanks to everybody hanging out here, spending your day with us. It's great to see you here, supporting local motorsports on the Titanium Strip. Lots of racing action tomorrow. Sunday is not a points race, electronics and non-electronics cash bash, and a cash bash for the juniors. So a lot of fun. Come on back tomorrow, and hey, all you live stream folks, come on down. Love to see you here tomorrow. Just want to mention about the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. That's September 30th to October 2nd. West Coast Outlaw Shootout featuring the MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 Limited Street, Doorslammer Cash Bash, and the West Coast Pro Modifieds Season Points Finale. That's coming up September 30th to October the 2nd. Looks like the first prize for the MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 walks away with $3,000 for the win. Runner-up is $1,000. Big money happening at the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. Also, the last Mopac Street Legals, Friday Night Street Legals number 14, October the 7th. That's where you can race, folks. Bring your vehicle down and come and race it. $50 and race all evening. Doesn't get better than that. Bring a pal. Tell him, hey, I'm going to kick your butt in my car. Come on down. Street Legals. A lot of fun Friday nights. Race of Champions, Sportsman. The final. Race of Champions final in the Sportsman class. This is for all the dice. This is for all of the glory. The Race of Champions. Carson Barlow, Tower Side in that 70C10, going against Sydney Young from Surrey in the 81 Malibu. Race of Champions Sportsman class final. Here it is. Who will it be? Will it be Carson or will it be Sydney? Sydney Young from Surrey, BC, in her 1981 Malibu is the champion of the Race of Champions for the Sportsman class. Congratulations. Here comes our Race of Champion final for Hot Rod. Mark Riesinger in the Tower Lane from Richmond. That 67 Nova out of time. A retired gentleman, dialed in at 9.47. Going against Sylvia Hoogston from Maple Ridge, the 66 Ford with a 302. Will it be Mark? Will it be Sylvia? Who will be the champion in Hot Rod? Mega launch by Mark, chasing her down. Will he catch her? No, he does not. Sylvia, the winner, 12.60, 105 miles an hour. Sylvia, congratulations. You are the champion of your class of the Race of Champions. Here comes the Race of Champions Pro Final. Jim Benke in the Tower Lane 1967 Cuda Sponsored by Rad Torque and Bucky's Mini Excavating, going against Lorenz Schwartz. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Bubba's Speed Shop in that 83 Monte Carlo. Lorenz is dialed in at a 10-1-2, as is Jim Banky, who will be your champion in the pro class Race of Champions. Lorenz Schwartz for the win, a 10.15, 131 miles an hour. Congratulations, beating Jim Benke here. You are the champion of the Race of Champion in pro class. Can we get Super Pro to the staging area, please? Super Pro, we need you to the staging area. Massive excitement here at the Race of Champions. I must say, I am definitely caught up in it all. Congratulations to all our champions so far, but remember, the winners move on to the king of the track. We also draw a wild card entry, so don't leave. We want to pick your name for the wild card entry and proceed with the king of the track. All right, the Race of Champions continues with one last class final. That is Super Pro. They'll be coming up next to battle it out to see who will be the champion of the Race of Champions in Super Pro. Big thanks to everyone hanging out here with us today. Big thanks to the racers for being so badass, I must say. This is pretty incredible from just a lonely street legal announcer in the big times. Woohoo! All right, our last final of the Race of Champions coming right up here, Super Pro. To determine who the winner of Super Pro will be for the Race of Champions and moving on to King of the Track. I was just told I have the honor of picking the wild card entry. So I'm your girl. If you get entered and you win the whole thing, we'll see you over at the party over there later. Craig Johnson in the tower lane from Langley. Sponsored by Johnson Custom Exhaust in his 79 Malibu wagon. Sponsored by Rad Torque as well, going against Jan Christensen in the Lordco lane and El Gringo from Langley. Dialed in at 8.50. Craig a 10.80. Who will be our champion in Super Pro? Craig Johnson is the champion of the Race of Champions at 10.85, 117 miles an hour. It's Craig Johnson. Congratulations. You are the champion of Super Pro Race of Champions. Okay. All right, folks, moving on to the King of the Track here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. King of the Track coming right up. We're going to take a few moments to get everything figured out to move on to our next race, the King of the Track, and I will have to pick that wild card entry. It could be you, folks. All right, it's time for me to pick that wild card entry that will allow you to move on to the king of the track. All right, mixing all the papers. It's actually in this giant trophy cup. All right, here we go. Who is going to be our wild card entry? It's Carson Barlow. Carson Barlow, you are our wild card entry. Congratulations, Carson Barlow. Our wild card entry here for the king of the track. All right, how exciting was that race of champions? Now it's time to move over to the king of the track. So we are going to call our winners up to the staging lane. Can we get Craig Johnston, Loren Schwartz, Sylvia Hoogston, Sydney Jung, Al Omand, and our wild card winner, Carson Barlow. That's Craig Johnson, Loren Schwartz, Sylvia Hoogston, Sydney Jung, Al Omand, and Carson Barlow. Come on down to the staging lanes so we can kick off the king of the track. The winner of the king of the track will get the coveted Wally and the jacket. It's all on the line here. King of the track. Coming up next. Can we get Craig Johnson, Loren Schwartz, Sydney Jung to the staging lanes, please? Don't forget the Racers Appreciation Party after racing at the Max Fox building. Staff and racers welcome lots of food, music, and friends, so be sure to come on down and say hello at the Max Fox building after racing. Moving on to the king of the track. This is where it's all at, folks. We have our winners and our wild card entry. They're all up in the staging lanes, and they're ready to take it all, folks. This is for the gold, the glory, the Wally, and the jacket. King of the track. Coming up next here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. All right, here it is, the king of the track. Starting now, our first two competitors. Craig Johnson in the tower lane, going against Al Oman in the Lordco lane. Three rounds and we will know who our king of the track is. Man, these people have worked for their position here in the king of the track. Craig in the tower lane. Al in the Lordco lane. Off and Al right behind him. Can he get to him? The win goes to Craig Johnson at 10.92, 116 miles an hour. Wow, Craig taking it, even with in the tower lane, we have our wild card entry, Carson Barlow, going against Sydney Jung. Carson in the tower side, Sydney, she's in the Lordco lane. Who will it be this round, Carson or Sydney? Carson, a red light. Sydney moving on. Tough break for that wild card entry, Carson. Here comes Lorenz Schwartz in the tower lane. It's going against another lady. It's Sylvia Hoogstens in the Lordco lane. Lots of surprises so far. Who will it be, Lorenz or Sylvia? The win goes to Lorenz Schwartz at 10.36, 117 miles an hour. Wow, there's a lot of jumping up and down going on here in the tower. Everybody's so excited. We hope you're excited too here. The king of the track. Amazing racing action here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. Great exciting day, the Summit ET Mission Finals. The race of champions and now the king of the track. Who will be our king of the track? We shall see. Could also be the queen of the track as well. All right, so how it's going to go on from here, we've got Craig Johnson, Loren Schwartz, and Sydney Jung. So they pick golf balls to determine who is going to go against each other, but we have the one buy that delivers you right into the final of the king of the track. This should be very interesting. Just a reminder about the Racers Appreciation Party after racing at the Max Fox building. All staff and racers are welcome. There's lots of food, music, and a lot of fellow racers and friends. I know that I'll be there. I'm starving. I didn't get to that concession stand quick enough, I guess. But lots of food. I hear there's barbecue, and if there's barbecue, Chrissy is there. So we'll see you all later at the Racers Appreciation Party after the racing at the Max Fox building. What a day of racing it's been, starting off with the Summit ET Mission Finals. Congratulations to all of the points winners there. Then we had the Race of Champions. It was the top 8 in points, not including today's points of each bracket class and the juniors. And the winners, of course, except the juniors, moved on to the king of the track. We have 3 drivers remaining: Craig Johnson, Loren Schwartz, and Sydney Jung. Who will get the bye? I am so eager to hear who will be racing head-and-head, who gets that free bye into the final, who will be the king of the track. It's coming right up, just waiting for those racers to return to the staging lane and pick their golf balls to see who's going head-to-head and who's taking the easy ride. Big thanks to all our sponsors: Bubba Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, Mountain View Harley Davidson, Peden Industries, TCS, Lordco, and so many more make racing possible here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. All right. Thanks to everyone hanging with us to the bitter end. We got through the Summit ET Mission Finals. We got through the Race of Champions, and here it is, the king of the track. 3 competitors left: Craig Johnson, Wren Schwartz, and Sydney Jung. They're currently drawing their golf balls to see who will be racing against who and who will have the free ride to the finals. We'll let you know as soon as we know. Big thanks to everybody who's hanging out with us here to watch the king of the track. Big thanks to our track officials. It's been a long day. You've been very professional, and what a great race it's been so far. So exciting. Looks like Craig Johnson got the bye, so it will be Lorenz and Sydney head to head to determine who will be going to the final race. The final for all the glory, the Wally, the jacket, for it all. For the bragging rights, of course. right, this is Craig Johnson. He has a bye on this pass. That's Craig cruising down Easy Street at 10.83, 119 miles an hour. Craig cruising his way to a final position. Now, here we go. This is the goods. Wren Schwartz Tower Lane going against Sydney Jung in the Lordco lane. The king of the track, who will go to the final round? Will it be Wren Schwartz or will it be Sydney Jung? Both of these drivers ready in the staging area. Who will it be? Racing Craig Johnson. And it is Wren Schwartz. He will be going to the final round with Craig Johnson to determine who the king of the track will be. Wow. Amazing racing here today. I can't wait to find out who's going to win in this final round. Don't forget, after the final, we've got the Racers Appreciation Party after the race at the Max Fox building. Staff and racers welcome. There's lots of food, music, and friends. I heard there's a barbecue running. I will be there for sure. But I can't wait to find out who's going to be the king of the track here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. We'll have to wait for these last two finalists to return to the staging lanes, and we'll have to let Lorenz cool down a little bit. But of course, the final pass, the king of the track for the Wally, for the jacket, is coming right up. All right, calling Craig Johnson and Lorenz Schwartz to the staging lanes, please, for the final round of King of the Track. Who will it be? I've heard a lot of things in the pits. People are talking. Will it be Craig? Will it be Lorenz? Who will it be? We will find out coming right up here. Final race of the King of the Track. Can we get Craig Johnson and Lorenz Schwartz to the staging lanes, please? Craig Johnson, Lorenz Schwartz, we need you for the final round of the King of the Track, please. All right, looks like both our competitors are in the staging lanes. This is it, folks. This is for all the glory. The final pass of the king of the track. This determines it all. Is the king going to be Craig? Is the king going to be Lorenz? Who is going to take it today at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip? The king of the track, the Wally, the jacket, the glory. Don't forget, right after this pass, we've got the Racers Appreciation Party at the Max Fox building. Lots of food, music, and meet new friends. Staff and racers are welcome. I know I'm heading right for the barbecue. Right after we find out who's going to be the winner of the King of the Track. Mission Raceway's 2022 King about to be crowned. Craig Johnston, Lorenz Schwartz. Who will it be? I heard quite a few things as I wandered in the pits. You know, I heard Lorenz has his number. I heard Craig's going to take it. So I don't know what to think here. But we'll have to see what happens coming right up here. King of the Track will be crowned. The Wally, the jacket, the bragging rights. All hail the king. Lorenz in the Lorenz on the tower lane. Craig in the tower lane. Craig Johnson. Lorenz Schwartz in the Lordco lane. Here it is, folks, for the king of the track, for the Wally, for the jacket. To be the king, who will it be? Craig or Lorenz? the King Lorez. Congratulations. Craig breaking out a 10.11 at 130 miles an hour. Lorenz is the king of the track at Mission Raceways 2022. Congratulations, Lorenz, and your whole team. Well done, sir. That concludes today the Summit ET Mission Finals, the Race of Champions, and the King of the Track. All hail the King Lorenz. Don't forget, we've got the Racers Appreciation Party. I think all of you ought to head over there so we can meet you and congratulate you and shake your hand. Of course, the King must be there to prevail. On behalf of the staff and everyone here at Mission Raceways, thank you very much for coming out here. We've got lots of racing tomorrow. Sunday, the fun day, giving out all the cash, bash, all sorts of racing action. My name is Chrissy. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
We will talk to you later. Have a safe night, safe drive home. And everybody else, we'll see you over at the party.